Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. Peace, 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 peace. Good to see everybody in here, man. Oh, it's going to be a conversation, one of those conversations today, family. It's going to be one of those conversations, y'all. I see everybody came in here, piled up in here for today's conversation. But before we get too far, man, if you're in the building, make sure y'all sound off and let your boy know it's real. You understand me? Let us know it's real for Pat Talk today, family. Uh, Let me go ahead and get Lil Chef in here right now to holler at y'all. Let me get Lil Chef in the building real quick if y'all don't mind.
Peace, 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 peace. Peace, peace, peace. Peace, 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 peace. If you're in the building, let your boy know it's real. Let me know it's real if you're in here. Let me see. Let me go in here real quick. I see we got our brother Q, but we gonna get the Q shortly. We got the guard in here. I said we got Sent, Walkie knows. I guess that's how you say your name. Salute to you for checking in with us. Salute to Sent for checking in. Let me see who else is in here. Who else is in the building? If you're in here, holla at your boy. Okay, we got Elevation I to the line. Salute. Who else we got in here? Let's see who else is in the building. We got our sister Queen to the DW in the building, rocking with us today. Salute to Queen DW. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Let's see who else is in here. Let me see. Who else is popping off? Let's see who else is popping. My sis. Sister J, what it look like, sis? Salute to Sister J. Yes, indeed. What's happening? My Sister Star coming through for hollering at little chef. Sister Star is checking in. Salute, sis. Salute. Let me see who else is in here. Okay. And of course, we got our brother Q, the God. Our brother Q from Let's Talk 2 is in the building. Yes, indeed. All right.
Yeah. Salute, y'all. We got Lil Chef. Salute to the homie Lil Chef for getting everybody in the building, man. All right. Yeah. Man, we got a conversation for y'all today. I know y'all been waiting to hear from us about this, man, and it's been one of those weeks. I know y'all know it's that type of time. You got, if you haven't done your tax, family, that shit is due this Tuesday. You understand? You gotta make sure that shit is on point, boy. Oh man, and they've been watching your boy fight. Oh man. But outside of that, has been a very, very busy week for a lot of folks. And so that's why you haven't heard from us. But let me go to my brother Q, man. Let me get Q. Matter of fact, let me get me from behind this damn avatar. Enough of that, too. Let me get me from behind the avatar, if y'all don't mind. You understand? Let's get me from behind the avatar. Bring me in. Yes, indeed. Peace. Let me get brother Q in here. Bring Q in from behind the avatar. Q. What it look like, Q, man? Holla at me, man.
Peace, everybody to the family. Peace, everybody for joining in. Appreciate you guys. It's a beautiful afternoon outside, nice cool air. So we appreciate you guys checking us out. Definitely live, and we always appreciate you guys that catch us on the broadcast. And I'm gonna say, Chef C, you're absolutely right. This has been a very, very interesting week, and this conversation should have been had. I know people were probably like, "But what's their spin on everything going on?" And I'm glad we didn't do it when it first hit. And the reason why is because my perspective about it all, and we really want you guys in the chat to tell us y'all perspective about it, is sometimes the more attention a case brings, the more distorted the facts become. And you see it, and it's really sad. And I always said to myself, Chef C, um, if anybody in my immediate family was in this situation, I did have a cousin when I was really, really young get murdered by the police.
Mm.
But he was out there trying to settle court. And this isn't a police incident, but it's an incident that has so many eyes, and then it becomes politicized.
Right.
Um, I would I would be unfortunate to be in this situation, and I would be really saddened to be in this situation because, like I said, a lot of times when you have so many things that's being put into this situation that may not even be the actual facts of the case, it distorts what many feel is justice, what many feel is the truth. And this is a fluid situation. If you understand um, the facts around the case, it's not cut and dry. When you look at everything, there is a chance, very slim to none, that this young man might not even get indicted. Um, issues about all the money being raised, issues about the wording and the characterization of the deceased individual, as well as the brother Carmelo Anthony. And
Right.
you know, sometimes we have to call a thing, or sometimes we just can't try to put Q's spin on it, because Q could be, I could talk about this case, and if I'm believable enough, or people feel like, and I hope that I don't ascribe to be a person of major influence, that I can influence you to thinking differently about what the truth is. And I'm very surprised, Chef C, when we talk about the case, and I know you're going to get into it. I'm very surprised, number one, that we don't have a lot of witnesses that have came out. Number two, this 2025, it's no video.
Come on.
And I'm shocked at that. Those two things in this era, I'm shocked at. And as we begin to talk about it, and I'm quite sure Brother Juan will probably join us momentarily.
We need that brother in this one.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
uh, I wish that the people in the chat really get involved in our conversation and really tell us their thoughts and how they feel about it and what they think. And I believe that this case is so layered, that, like I said, I'm glad we didn't talk about it when it first happened, because sometimes we jump the gun. This is a very, and I'm gonna say it, this is tragic. I don't know if anybody ever took a life or had somebody close to their life be taken. Um, people never recover either way. A lot of people that I know that have taken a life, and I would say this because if you lose your life, I don't know you no more.
Right.
But I know people that have taken lives, and in any manner, they're never the same. So we need to be a little, um, have some critical thinking before we speak on these type of situations and think that we know, because the only people that really know what happened is the people that were there. And that's that. And we can get into it, Chef.
Yes, indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, I am your host, Chef C from New Jersey. And today, this is a Pat Talk conversation. So the fellas and sisters, man, be active in the chat. And if you want to tap in, man, let me know. We'll drop the link. We kind of want to hear from y'all today. This has been a very this in my mind, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, this is a Tamir Rice. This is a OJ Simpson part 2. I'm getting a lot of vibes, a lot of different energy coming off of this particular case, y'all, because in every presidency, there has to be a significant atrocity against, or a number of atrocities against our people, right? And if you think about it in a particular way, you know, there hasn't been a presidency where we didn't see or hear about something that was crazily aggrieved against black folks. So, but before we get into that, we're going to leave that right where it needs to be. If you'd like to become the sponsor of today's broadcast, it will be a $20 contribution, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone who matches the $20 contribution will become the co-sponsor. And if you surpass the $20 contribution, you are the sole sponsor for today's program. And if you just like to put a little something on the lights, go ahead and hit the Cash App, $FTS49, or any of the brothers that are talking today. When I zoom in on them and you see their Cash App, man, show them that it's real with a little Cash App support. Okay, so now what I want to touch on real quick before we go into this Carmelo situation. One, just to be very clear, they started out with an initial defense team. Now they just switched to this recent person we got here. And we'll touch on that. And we'll bring him up and wake him up a touch as well. This dude who looks like Better Call Saul. But before we go all the way, Saul Goodman, before we go into that, I have a clip here from one of a lady by the name of Leslie Nicole. Now, she was a former backup dancer for Aaliyah, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? And she alleges that even during that time, she had taken, well, they were on a sketchy plane initially, right? And she already thought it was suspect how that thing was getting down and moving. And she was trying to encourage Aaliyah not to get on the damn thing. Shout out to Art of Dialogue for this clip, I believe it's coming from. But let's go ahead and play this, man. And there's been a lot of speculation behind our sister Aaliyah. You know what I mean? It's been a lot of speculation about what happened to our sister Aaliyah. You understand me? A lot of foul play alleged, right? The uncle, the family, they really did that shorty dirty. Never really got it, never really stood up for her in the way that was necessary. And essentially auctioned her off to R. Kelly. Just like a lot of folks, keep it a buck, a lot of folks would do back in the day. Auction their kids off for a backstage pass. Some tickets, some year tickets for the concerts. They do shit like that. So, but nevertheless, I digress. Let's go ahead and play this, y'all. Right from the top.
We flew to Miami. We shot More Than a Woman. Mm-hmm. And then we flew from Miami to the Bahamas to shoot Rock the Boat. Wow. Flying to the Bahamas, we said all of this for an 8 count. Like, the planes felt sketchy. Walking on the tarmac to these small planes to get us to Bahamas. Mm-hmm. Something just was just like, and I'm fearless when it comes to flying. I'm not one of those, I'm nervous to fly. So I definitely felt away because the plane just was like, oh, this is a tiny, tiny plane. We're going where? Here we go.
Your little antennas went up.
But I said my prayers. I think I had like a stuffed animal with me, like a good luck charm. And we got there with no problem. So it was great. We were just happy to be there. We were getting our hair done and like getting all the preparations that need to happen. Yeah. I think we had a rehearsal, some last minute rehearsals just to make sure that the routine was tight. One of Aaliyah's security guards, it was his daughter's birthday. And he was like, I have to get home to her tonight because it's her birthday. Like I promised I'd be home. And unfortunately, he was also on the plane. We loaded onto this boat. Actually, I think we took a drive. It was like a 2-hour drive to the boat, to the dock, where we were going to be on this catamaran. Yeah. The energy was so solid all day. The crew was great. Aaliyah was great. Yeah. We were hyped. She was getting ready to do like a series of shows. So we were excited about that. Once we cut, Hype was like, okay, well, I think we did so solid, 2 videos back to back. We should just stay an extra night because we were all supposed to depart the Bahamas that night. Right. And we were like, why not? Yeah, we just
sure.
killed it. If we could stay in the Bahamas one extra night, sure.
Yeah.
And Aaliyah was adamant about getting back. She was like, no, I'm going to go, but I'll see you guys in like New York for the next rehearsal. We were like, okay. I think Fatima was going to go also, but she was like, I'll stay.
Yeah.
And anybody that had that urgency to get back, like the security guard that I mentioned, they got on the plane, and unfortunately.
And that was the last time you saw her?
And that was the last time I saw her. So we stayed on the boat now. They got on a smaller boat from the catamaran. They got on a smaller.
This chick right here still look like the old school chicks from back in the day. She got the
This is a sick Negro.
She look like the chicks from back in the day, man. She got the braids and shit. I'm like, yo, man, is she still back up dancing right now? I don't know what's happening. But
she look like she can still do a two-step or something,
she
right?
look like she's still dancing and choreographing some shit somewhere with a bad hip. But shout out to Elevation Allah in the building, man.
Yeah, he everywhere. He everywhere.
Elevation, you still trolling, nigga. This nigga Elevation Allah.
Appreciate the comments, Elevation Allah.
Hold on. Elevation Allah is a certified troll. Certified. Hey, Elevation, I'm glad you finally made it over to this side, sir. Elevation Allah, sir. This how he talk. Elevation Allah, sir. I'm glad you made it over to this side. Did you subscribe, Elevation? Elevation, did you subscribe, sir? That's a certified FBA right there. Elevation Allah.
I just hope that he understands that one of the things that we do, and I know that he probably heard us do our opening, and I probably went a little too far. We do an appetizer.
Yeah.
And then we do a main course. Carmelo's situation is the main course.
Yeah.
But just be patient with us. Don't assume that you're gonna know our opinion, because our opinion is our opinion. We want you guys in the chat, and this is very important. And Chef C, I apologize if I'm talking too much ahead of it, but you guys in the chat, one thing that Chef C, myself, we all got our own platforms, so we all got our own niches. However, what we do at Pat Talk is we want to keep the focus on we're talking with each other, not at each other. So you guys in the chat, just speak your piece. We want to know y'all opinion. You want to sponsor the show? Like Chef C said, he'll bring you on. You want to be a sponsor of the show? He'll bring you on, and you could be on the quote unquote panel with us and say what you believe happened, an opinion or a suggestion. This is not a dictatorship, but we all ain't a monolith as well. We have to respect each other's opinions, beliefs, or point of view.
Right. So, and salute to our brother Cut the Check in the building. And who else did I see? I think I saw somebody else coming here. But, Sister Earth Angel. Salute to Earth Angel and brother Cut the Check for checking. Yes, indeed. Now, let's continue with this Aaliyah situation, though. Again, Aaliyah, I want to say this. I believe that Beyonce has something to do with Aaliyah getting packed up. Yeah, yeah.
You want to do it that quick?
Yeah, I'm listen. And I believe Jay-Z has something to do with Big L getting packed up.
Chef C came out here with haymakers early.
So I'm not going to fake the funk out here like, a lot of these cats, and even with DMX in his old age, I bet Jay-Z has something to do with it. Because Jay-Z said, yo, remember, now, and that, we talking about the Carter family now, right? Yeah, all together, right? They all get the same work, You
just step in
right.
next.
Now, Jay-Z said when DMX was lined up to go out before him, okay, he was warming the crowd up. Jay-Z said when the sound dropped and he did, the whole fucking stadium went crazy. And Jay-Z was like, yo, how am I going to follow up after that? Now, this is Jay-Z's show. This is Jay-Z. Jay-Z supposed to be the headliner. He supposed to be the guy.
Anybody that knows when he does a show, he goes 3 feet to the right, 3 feet to the left. He's not a performing entertainer.
You understand?
And DMX knew how to play on the emotion of the crowd. I heard the exact same thing what you said, Jay-Z said, and that he even said where he had people praying in the same whole set, like
after they ready to kill you, they was praying, huh? They was praying, and see, like on some shit, like, like
it's cool when they do it. Cool, it's a problem when I do it.
I'm just saying, you understand? So we're looking at a situation here where, you know, you got a lot of cats be calm. We coming with the smooth shit, and then you cats start getting ready to do some shit out here, and don't know how to act like human beings. Get ready to bust. But same thing, Aaliyah had that energy.
Hey, Chef.
Beyonce had 4 toes. Yeah. Now, and it's proven right now because her knees is bad as hell. She ain't never get. You understand what I'm saying? So, and at the time, she was a Destiny Child. She was a Destiny Child. Aaliyah was solo killing this shit.
I do think, Chef C, to your point, and not just of the Jay-Z, I think that it always should have been an investigation into Aaliyah's death, into her life, because when you look at what happened with basically her parents giving her to R. Kelly, and then the whole situation with R. Kelly and Jay-Z, Dame Dash, I always thought it was like an unspoken thing going on with her, and her dying of a mysterious plane crash. I always thought it was some funny business. I mean, Hollywood, I know it's a place, but it also is what we would consider a subculture of, you know, deviancy. You know, for one person to rise to the top, it's like 10 people have to stay on the bottom. And
correct.
When you really look at it, I don't know how any entertainer, and I understand talent, how any entertainer would want to be a part of that. And why not just, as we say, get that brown paper bag money and go from local spot to local spot, travel all over the country. But when you mainstream, it's going to be some sacrifices made. And we could say they're blood sacrifices, but it's going to be some sacrifices where you're going to be sacrificing. It may be your integrity, as the brother Terrence Howard alluded to this week, and it's going to be anything else. It could be your ass. This is what that culture is into. I mean, sometimes the price of fame has a heavy price, you know. So I always thought that her death should have been investigated a little bit more. I believe that her parents were always silent. I mean, you talk about, just think about all the people that were complicit with her and R. Kelly. They were legally married.
Bingo. Come on.
And nobody ever got held accountable.
Right.
You know, so.
And see that right there. See, cats, the Elevation Allah must be new to the trolling this channel here, because there's a method to my madness. See, I ain't just putting this out here for no reason. I too agree, and salute to the 80 plus in the building already. I too agree with the fact that there being the investigation was primitive in the case of Aaliyah. They didn't dig into that, and it's obvious. Listen, it's just as obvious as your girl Cassie being dragged down the hotel hallway by Diddy.
Why the video come out when it came out? Who had the video the whole time?
Come on.
How many copies of the video was made?
Well, this is what I'm saying. I mean, and then, you know, they got a lot of people out here saying, okay, Jaguar Wright is a crazy chick because she talked about, you know, everything that went down with Aaliyah. And, but again, you know, some things could be true here. Again, the mere fact that it was glazed over, and it wasn't enough time put into the investigation, tells me everything we need to know. Aaliyah, this is why I say I'm putting on Beyonce. I'm putting it on that whole family over there. I blame Beyonce because who was the next thing up, right? It was Beyonce. Because Aaliyah was bigger than all of them females at that time. Young, energetic, had it popping, right? Nobody was moving like that. So in order to calm that situation, you had to get that bang down. Just as they's always done. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the young, educated scholar, brother Dr. Randy Short is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Salute to our brother Dr. Randy Short. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. White afternoon to you, sir. White afternoon, sir.
White Jesus to you. White Jesus loves everybody, man.
That sun glare is popping, Dr. Short. That sun glare is nice. You know,
white Jesus loves all of you, okay?
Yes,
he loves me. White Jesus loves you. I love you. White Jesus loves you. What's going on?
Well, it's good to see you, brother Dr. Short, sir. We're just getting everybody warmed up here, man. And we're going to actually, it's great that you tagged in when you did, pause. We're going to go right into this tariff situation. Okay. Now this particularly for me has been this tariff bullshit. It's a lot of the mere fact that a lot of people are outraged by tariffs and don't even know that a lot of that shit doesn't even affect your day-to-day living right now. People talking about, I can't buy a car because of the tariffs. You do know that the United States has to work through the present inventory first, right? There's inventory that's already here. And especially for those who aren't even doing overseas business. How are tariffs bothering you? I'm hearing way too much dumb shit from people being emotionally dragged through, and they have no skin in the game. You got no skin in the game. You're not even a business owner. So check this out. Let me pull this up right here. This is some of the stuff I've been checking out here. Some of the tariffs. Now, I do applaud Trump in his efforts now. He's taxing everybody. I think it's a phenomenal thing here. You know, I was born in the era of made in China, not made in America. My whole life has been made in China. I turn something over, it's made in China. Brother Q, brother Dr. Short, you come from the golden era, I believe, maybe more so brother Dr. Short, where it was made in America.
Oh, that shit was almost over, man. It was made in Japan before made in China. Made in Hong Kong before it was made in China. Right. It's been going south a long, long time. So no, the China came in like the late 80s, early 90s. But I mean, the Japanese were making everything. And one thing that they don't make well is condoms. I mean, get out of that business, guys. Okay. There may be cultural reasons why they don't make good condoms, but just please stop it. Stop it. We need a tariff on all condoms made in Asia. Cut those shits out, please.
Check this out. We got folks that the stock market is crashing. The market's down.
We don't own any stock any damn way. Please. This
is a sick Negro.
Less than 20%. Less than 20%.
Please shut the fuck up, people. Please shut the fuck up. And that's all speculation. These are people who live off the blood, sweat, and tears of everyone else. If they lose some money, they bet against the stock market. They make money losing money. Right. So, and you know what? All they'll do is buy. In fact, the stocks were overpriced and bloated. It's called pump and dump. So come on now, please. Well,
and that is my issue, brother Dr. Short. The stupidity behind some of the thought process. These folks You're not even a. You first and foremost. If let me be very clear. In order for you to feel anything as it pertains to a tariff, you need to be a business owner, and two, your business needs to be making north of you need to be making at least $1 million plus a year out of your business in order for the tariffs to even have some kind of effect on you right now, because you're getting your shit from over there. Negroes don't have that. We need Negroes to stop with the stupid shit.
They got one box on 1 million crates of t-shirts and sweatshirts talking about, I got to up on the sale of my hoodies.
I got to up the sale. What the hell you talking about? Oh, okay. So you're not paying you can't pay $1 no more for your t-shirt. You got to pay $2, $3, $4.
But
Negroes,
let me ask a question.
to have an inventory of maybe 20 shirts.
But let's
stop
just talk about this now. Let's just do the shirts and the other things.
Yeah.
These people don't buy cotton or don't buy shirts from black manufacturers, and they don't buy American either.
Come on.
Okay, so some of the greasiest, vilest capitalists I've ever met are black ones who use blackness as an excuse not to do business with other black folks, who won't form chambers of commerce, who won't invest. So to me, if the tariffs fuck up the game of Uncle Tom businessmen and women,
right?
Great.
Yeah.
Right. More power. I'm going to start wearing a MAGA hat just to spite you guys. That's how I feel about it.
I love it.
Really,
Go ahead,
Chef
Q.
C, it really is a symptom of TDS.
Come on.
And it's important that people understand that Trump derangement syndrome is
Or
real.
Tom derangement syndrome.
One of the things that people not realizing is, like Dr. Short explained, China's economy prior to this made in China was shit. China's economy has been built off of the American dollar. These tariffs has been a plan of every president since Bill Clinton.
Come on.
Fortunately, it took Donald Trump to have the balls enough to try to pull it off, to try to use some type of leverage to have what we call, and this is, I really hate to say this, we got a bunch of educated dummies in the black community. Understand the word reciprocal? Do they understand reciprocal? It's fair trade. If I say, Dr. Short, I'm going to buy t-shirts from you, can you buy pants from me? And he tell me no, I should feel some type of way. And for some reason, these un-American people,
come on, Q.
because that's really what they've developed. They developed an ideology that goes against America because they have TDS. And they're not realizing it, that they are beholden to China because of what? Cheap labor. I had an individual tell me today that the reason why he eased up on the tariffs, the electronics, was because of a goddamn iPhone.
Hold on.
Can I have
This is a sick Negro.
I want to have a quick interjection here. Do you know who the big losers are for China to get all of this stuff? The reward has been for all those things to go to China has been the complete dispossession of the black working class.
Come on.
For you dumbasses not paying attention. You dumbasses and black farmers, everybody's losing.
So, Dr. Short, these are the black jobs?
Those are the black jobs. These are black jobs.
Oh, no.
We've lost black jobs to the Chinese. We've lost black business to the Chinese. The black businesses that used to sell stuff that have to compete with Walmart, all the black mom and pops and everybody else have been crushed by this cheap Chinese shit that doesn't work. Have you ever stopped on the side of the road and bought something and it didn't work, like some clippers, and the shit got hot and you were so far away you couldn't take it back? A lot of this Chinese shit doesn't work. It's cheap. Okay, it doesn't work. It breaks. But the nice thing is so cheap you can get another one. It's almost
Let
like
him
pussy.
cook.
It's almost like pussy in DC. But anyway,
Come on.
what I'm going to say to you is something else. I need to remind everyone. The Chinese got the most favored nation's trading status off of black trauma in Southern California.
There you go.
And yet the Chinese have been a part of, let's be honest, fighting against black people being in the universities. They've been buying up and causing mass homelessness to black people in the West Coast and in Detroit and all over the country. They've used this money to hurt the weakest element in American society, us. So, you know, all of you that don't get me, please kiss my ass. Kiss my ass. The Chinese got most favored trading status off of threatening to talk about American racism, which means the Chinese miracle is based on the deal. Don't say anything about what we do to niggers.
Come on.
So to me, I love the tariffs. Bring them on. And in fact, I'm going to tell you something. If anybody suffers, black people, you know, we don't get a clue anyway. We'll work better under pressure. Things have been too lax for all this stupid twerking and foolishness. If things do get harder, I'm thinking about all the little coon-ass people I know who have land down south that won't farm, won't rent it out, just hate paying the taxes, hate going down there, hate everything, hate the ancestors that got the little piece of land, right?
Cool.
And now Hispanics and everybody, Chinese are buying up stuff everywhere. And you're complaining about the tariffs. Damn you. I'm tired of stupid black people. I wish there was a vaccine they could take so we wouldn't have to see them 5 years from now.
There you go, brother. Dr. Short is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Back in the building to talk that shit, goddammit. You better understand and know that right now today, family. Salute. Let me do something real quick, y'all. We're going to be right back, goddammit. That was Dr. Short.
I've been all over the world. I've noticed this about Black Americans, and I'll stop here. We have more people trying to turn us around than I've seen from any other group anywhere in the world relative to what our situation is. That you got teachers, you got people that will just do something. If they find out you're legit, just help you because they want to see black folks make it. We do have this. This is lacking in other places, I can assure you. But you know what? Our desire to save people cannot be greater than people's desire to be saved and to help. So the people that do not want it, let them go. Jesus said, let the dead bury the dead. I sure get it nowadays.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. You ain't understand. That's our brother Dr. Short always talking that shit. You Negroes. Come on, hold up.
This is a sick Negro.
Some of these Negroes out here, goddamn. Farrakhan, help.
Scared to death Negroes are my enemy.
That's right, goddamn it. Type of energy today. All right. So yeah. There you go, brother Dr. Short. Get him right today. 100 plus in the building already. Salute to y'all, man. Let's play a little bit of this. I want to know for all the big money Negroes out there that's getting affected right now. All the big money stock folks, Negroes out there the tariffs is affecting you right now. All your money is getting fucked up.
Well, I hope they get Oprah. Damn, I hope she lost some money.
Negroes be
I mean,
lying.
in fact, if
China just responded
Oprah
with
lost some money, that would help her diet.
125% tariffs, matching Trump's tariffs. And what stands out is that it waited for this response more than a day. This fits the Chinese strategy of portraying itself as the calmer, more rational player, especially compared to the Trump administration. In its statement, the Chinese Finance Ministry even mocks this whole back and forth, saying that if the US keeps raising tariffs, it will no longer make economic sense and could end up being remembered as a joke in the history of global trade. Chinese officials have continuously repeated that they are ready to fight this trade war to the very end, stressing that China first seeks respect from the US. The spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry, Lin Jian, said that China doesn't want to fight, but it is not afraid to fight either.
Not afraid to fight.
This is a sick Negro.
Not afraid to fight. Listen. God damn it. Black America, listen, we got to be realistic about. There's a small percentage of our people who are in that other tax bracket who could potentially even feel any of this. The rest of us, we're not in there. I'm talking about a Negro such as myself. Listen, you know, I'm not even gonna, I can't even spill that. I'm not gonna spill that. Yeah, you know I was about to say, Q. I had to pull back. I'm not about to put that out there. But nonetheless, real quick, I'll continue what I'm saying. But ladies and gentlemen, to be very clear, the wolf is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Brother Juan J. Johnson, sir. Good afternoon to you, sir. How are you?
Man, I'm good. It's good to see Dr. Short in the place. Matter of fact, it's a beautiful thing to see Dr. Short in the place.
Why Jesus bless you.
It's a magnificent day on the Palm Sunday.
Right.
Yes. Let's cook today, guys. Let's cook.
Yes, indeed. Sir, are you up to speed? We're just touching on these tariffs. I see a bunch of Negroes who voted for Kamala Harris and that debacle of a bullshit administration complaining about tariffs.
They're hoes too.
Absolutely, sir. Complaining about tariffs that doesn't even touch them. They didn't even qualify for the tariff to affect them. But I hear them crying and complaining. And listen, first and foremost, you got to have a certain amount of money, ladies and gentlemen. You got to have a certain portfolio, right? Certain shit in your stuff. You got to be able to go through your shit and say, okay, I have this in my retirement. I have this, blah, 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 blah. A lot of Negroes don't even have that.
Hey, Chef, I think I know what they're crying about.
I
know you know what they're crying about? They're crying about those toxic Chinese hair care products that sterilize and kill black women. They're afraid there won't be any more products to give them fibroids.
Oh, jeez.
You know, there's the dumbass hoes and stupid ass dudes who buy that stuff. They wish they had fibroids, the dudes that wear it. On top of that, they're upset about the feminine products that have dioxin that cause all sorts of cancer. You miss that cheap, deadly Chinese shit and the little bad tilapia fish that they feed pig doo-doo to.
Come on.
I mean, so the stuff is dangerous. Some of the most unsafe shit in the world. The toys with the lead paint that kill your kids. Y'all need to shut the fuck up. I'm tired. I'm tired of dumbass black people. We need to have a war. I want to have a Holocaust against stupid black people. Put their asses on the cattle car. Send them to Idaho somewhere so they could be with real hateful white people with some real education. I mean,
I have a box. If you look at that crate right there, right? I have a box that's on a skit. Now, in each one of those containers is 20 crates. I have a little box. And I'm going to tell you, out of 1 million of those containers, my little box, I'm affected by it. When you got thousands of containers coming through U.S. ports a day.
Hey, look, watch this. Watch this. How many Negroes running around here with a BMW, Mercedes Benz, Ferrari that you can afford? Well, pass. Don't talk to me about no car note that you got. Okay. Don't talk about no shit that you put it under another LLC, right? And you're paying for it through the credit of the business. Don't tell me no shit about that. Talk to me about a vehicle that you can actually. Matter of fact, talk to me about you owning a dealership.
And you know what's funny about that, Chef, is I actually last week I went and saw my car guy, and he basically said to me, the uncertainty may bother him, but at the end of the day, he was like, "I'm good. I got enough car." Now he got a small spot, but he was like, "I'm good. I got enough wholesalers that's going to last me till next year if we have the tariffs." So it's an embellishment. Everybody talking about, "Oh, you can't get the chips." This ain't COVID where it was a worldwide pandemic. This is just a trade war.
What chips are they talking about? Potato?
Maybe even that, brother, Dr. Short. Maybe even that, sir. Yeah, because these fools.
Yeah.
Oh, man, these Negroes. How you get mad off of something that you can't even. The shit annoys me about Negroes. I've come across a lot of Negroes over the last 2 weeks, man. And this is listen, I'm not a Trump guy. I don't fuck with either party. However, I do like the fact that I've been seeing a lot of listen, if you're out there renting, y'all, and your lease might be coming up soon. You might be surprised to find that some of that cost is going down because folks is getting packed up. Them illegal immigrants, they getting packed up. Them vouchers ain't there, so them numbers is going down, y'all. You peep them neighborhoods.
See, one of the
check
issues,
it out.
Chef, see, one of the issues, and I know Brother Lone Wolf definitely got a spill to talk about it. One of the issues that we have is if me, you, and Dr. Short all saying it's a problem, right? And then Brother Juan comes and he acknowledges the problem as well, and he decide to fix the problem, do something about the problem. Right. He makes us look stupid because we decided to just complain about the problem. Everybody's been talking about China for years. Everybody's been talking about illegal immigrants for years. We even had the commander in chief who was known as the commander in deportation, President Obama. We're 3 presidencies away from President Obama, and now you have a president who's been stern on illegals, not immigrants, illegals. We need to be able to distinguish the difference between an immigrant and an illegal. We have an illegal issue where they suck the resources from the common American. Our home situation, interest rates is high. And now they coming down because of he's been able to broker deals and get the interest rates down, right? Everybody's acknowledging the problem. Your hatred or your dislike for an individual should not supersede the problem being addressed.
Come on.
Like at a certain point, when they say when you find yourself in a hole, the first thing you have to do is stop digging.
Right. Come on.
It's no reason that we are so beholden to small hats and China.
Come on.
We have a country right now that's really not self-sufficient, that can't run by itself because we've allowed ourselves to be so. I really can't believe that an individual told me that he eased up on some of the tariffs because of iPhones. Are we that minuscule in our thinking that we think that it's about an iPhone? His people gonna be all right. He's of the upper echelon financial bracket. It's us that claim to be struggling. This ain't our fight, but we benefit from it. Like Brother Dr. Short said, these are the jobs. The farmers are hurting. The the people that should be in understanding STEM research, we don't have it. Our Silicon Valley is not us. We're not there. We're not in tech. We need to be in tech. So instead of being so beholden to someone else, we need to take a page and really step our game up and stop complaining.
Right.
Because that's all we've become. We've become a people of, excuse the expression, soft, no spine having hoes. Do something about it.
Well, hoes, I respect hoes too much. I would like the word bitches.
I mean, even to the point what
bitches. We bitch more. We bitch more than the dog at the vet getting spayed. Just bitch. In fact, they're a bunch of pussy mouth bastard bitches, men that are bitches. Bitch. Have the nerve to hate Negro spirituals, and they didn't bitch.
Hey, listen, brother Dr. Short.
And I understand that we live in a constitutional republic, right? But I'm gonna be honest with y'all. What I've realized since the tariffs dropped, and this is from a personal standpoint, I am convinced that there's a lot of anti-American people running around.
Come on, Q. That part. Come on, man. Hold on.
Regardless of how she stink, America stink. Regardless of her behavior, I'm a Black American. For all you anti-American people that want America to fail,
get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of our country. In fact, we'll burn you inside the flag you try to burn. Get the fuck out of our country.
Well, I'll tell you what, gentlemen. Let me go to Brother Juan J. Johnson. Sir, you are in the market, sir. And anybody else with a little bit of sense up top, it's a great opportunity right now to get in the market, ladies and gentlemen. That market ain't going nowhere. Let's be very, very clear. It's not going anywhere. So for everybody that has believed that they're priced out over the last 20 years or so, well, the time is now, right? A lot of Negroes got income tax returns. Oh, chef. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Niggas can't plan the quinceañeras. Niggas can't do the cookouts. Niggas can't get the baby shower set up. The sprinkles. You can't take that money to go get you some crab boils right now. Chef telling a nigga to go get some stocks because it's time to level up. You must be out your damn mind.
I don't want no trouble. Toby be good nigga for massa. Good nigga. Don't send Toby away. Toby be good for your hand, boss. Good for your hand, massa. It's all right, Toby. It's all right.
Yeah. You know, so.
You know how they say that nowadays? They say vote.
Hold on. God damn it. Give me this.
Boy, I told you so, Dr. Short. I told you so.
Brother Wolf. Let me go to the Wolf, man. Wolf, sir, you are in those streets. And a salute to our brother Wolf as well. Last week, brother Wolf called me. I think he must have accidentally dialed me. I believe it was last week. He was out there just doing this nice civic duty, giving a lot of folks some food. You know, this is what this man and when this man say lone wolf, he really mean that. He be out there by himself giving out food by himself. He is the Meals on Wheels, ladies and gentlemen, by himself in the mean streets of the DMV area. So salute to our brother Juan J. Johnson, ladies and gentlemen. Brother Juan, talk to us, man. What are your thoughts on the tariff situation, man? Especially you being involved in the stocks as well, sir.
I think it's a great idea. Yes, I am involved. I've got plenty stocks that I purchased, and I've seen some decline. But I tell anybody who have stocks, if you're in the market, whatever you put in right now, take that out, right? And then leave what you've already made in. That's their money. I've already got my money that I put in out. And this is the house money right now, the house money. But I would advise folks to get them a financial advisor. I'm just not out here just willy-nilly. I got me a certified financial advisor. Shameless plug, JB Bryant. Okay. Good sister. Okay. Been doing it like almost 30 years. But yes, the tariffs are terrific. You just can't keep taking from us and expect us not to eventually say, you know what? I'm tired of being used and abused. So the tariffs are terrific.
China is like a pork chop feminist nation.
Mm-hmm.
You know how hoes just take, can't have your baby, can't clean, can't keep their weight down, can't cook, don't fuck, hate blowjobs, don't shop, don't clean up, and you're supposed to take them out all the damn time. That's how China is. America has to stop being China's simp bitch.
Right. It's got to be in that hole. Got to stop prostituting
that hole. Exactly.
Well, look at if you think about China and America, I think about Black America and White America.
Come on.
The comparisons. We've given so much, but got so little.
Right. Come on.
Our inventions, our music, our entertainment, our celebrity, our actors. Black America's given so much and gotten so little back.
But you know what? That also sounds like to me, passport brothers and pork chop feminists. I mean, if we could use an example. And the point is that these hoes need a price cut. We need a market correction. You know, we need to give China a pink slip. They're already red. Give them a pink slip. They seem to like the shades red any goddamn way. Fire their asses. Okay. I mean, look, they it's time. They've been living so good until they're miserable. They stop making kids. They're so happy. I mean, it's time for them to get a cut. And I'm gonna tell you something. A lot of these communist groups are funding all the damn protests. A lot of niggas are communists. I don't like fucking nigga communists. I'm sick of nigga communists. Nigga communists like abortion. Nigga communists like illegals. Nigga communists like feminism. Nigga communists like abortion. They like trans. They like gentrification. They like everything. They want deindustrialization. They're talking about green energy and shit. And where are we going to get the money to buy these damn electric cars? A little nasty freak named Elon Musk is making. I mean, he's got those crackhead Batmobile-looking cars that they won't even buy back. They don't even believe in their shit they're selling. These commies push all this stuff because they know it doesn't work. And it's all, to inflate that. Because you know what? These communists want a communist revolution in America. And I keep telling people, the communists have a theory. In order to have a new communist society, you need a new man. But to have a new man, you must have a revolutionary holocaust. Revolutionary holocaust means at least 10% of the population has to die for the new society. Do you really think they're talking about 10% of white people dying? So if you look at where Black Lives Matter and all these Marxist groups, they've targeted stupid, dumb fuck Black people, many of them women like Jasmine Crockett. A lot of you Black women are out of fucking order. Okay. And by the way, communism supports feminism. It goes together.
Negro, please.
Communism is anti.
Didn't somebody tell you this was an all-white party? Huh? Someone get this jigaboo away from me.
Right.
The Communist Party is for everything we don't need. They're against private property, even though we were property. Now we who finally get a chance to own something, in order to have a new society, we can't own shit. What's the difference between that and slavery? And in communism, your children don't belong to you. I mean, how's that different from slavery? I mean, come on, just because some leftist ugly bitch with thick bottom shoes and fucked up hair and tattoos is going to tongue kiss a black bitch who's got a tongue ring, that you trust your future to these weirdos who come from rich families? The biggest people pushing communism are the rich, because all these communist countries still have a rich class that own everything. It's a big scam. Only dumbass black people fall for it. Nobody wants that shit. And I'm going to tell you something. If you told the average black lesbian feminist communist that all the sex toys were going to come in one color and one side, says the party, those motherfuckers will become fascists.
This is a sick Negro.
Hey, listen. Salute to the 180 plus in here right now. We're gonna. I'm gonna get your last thoughts on this, and we're gonna go into the final piece for today's conversation, which is, of course, Carmelo Anthony, ladies and gentlemen. And he has a new defense attorney. We're gonna wake that up a touch here, but
he's a new Emmett Till, Nat Turner. Oh my God, he's Peter Salem and shit. We're talking about the penknife heard around the world. Damn.
We'll get into that shortly, Brother Wolf. Man, your last words, thoughts on this particular subject matter as far as the tariffs are concerned, sir.
So with the tariffs, I think that two things I've noticed about Black America and America. Number one is entitlement. We feel entitled. And a lot of people just have a fascination with death. I'm saying it out loud. Say this again, entitlement. They want cheap products. They don't want to be responsible for building. They want to outsource. Right. And then they have a fascination with death. Without saying it out loud, because any nation, any people who are codependent on others for their survival, that's a death sentence. If you don't own it, you're not making it, then you depend on somebody else for your survival. We have outsourced our jobs to everybody. That's a recipe for death. So again, we have this fascination with death and this sense of entitlement, and the tariffs, again, as Trump would say, it's a beautiful thing.
See, the house Negro was always like that.
That's right. That's right. That's right, Q. So listen, man. Let me get your last thoughts on this tariff situation, Brother Dr. Short. Then I'm gonna go to Brother Q, and then we're going into a commercial just before our final piece here, which is the Carmelo Anthony piece. Your final thoughts on the tariff, Brother Dr. Short.
Well, it's not so much the tariff. It's the coons don't have a Chinaman's chance of surviving in the economy that's coming. Y'all better wake up or get run over. God hates the day.
Right. Hey, nice and simple, Brother Dr. Short. Salute to that. Brother Q, talk to us, brother. What's your final thoughts on this tariff situation? And then we go into a commercial, man.
At least if you're going to stay on a titty, let it be a titty that you desire.
Cool. You gonna leave it like that? Q, stupid, man. Leave it like that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a brief commercial break here. Want to thank everybody for joining the program. We're getting into our final subject matter, our main dish for today's broadcast. Carmelo Anthony, ladies and gentlemen, new representation. I call it Better Call Saul, in the form of their new defense attorney, Michael Howard, in the middle there. We're going to give you a little bit, bring you up to speed as far as who this person is. We are still looking for our first sponsor for today's broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and hit that up. Keep the lights open. Keep us going. Salute to everybody that's checked in with us right now. Salute, salute, salute.
Scared to death Negro.
step in their neck.
We got 180 plus in here, and no one is moving on sponsorship today. We need a sponsor to keep this thing going, ladies and gentlemen. If not, I will shut it down. Not a problem with me. Maybe the other brothers will open it up later. But we are looking for sponsorship. $20 contribution, ladies and gentlemen, keeps the doors open. And we look forward to someone sponsoring the program. $20. Anyone that matches the $20 will be the co-sponsor of today's broadcast. And anyone who surpasses it will be the sole sponsor of today's broadcast. Salute to everybody checking in with us right now.
Yeah. It's entertainment. Harlem World. I'm the legend from the Hudson. Are you? I am that dude. You are.
This is a sick
so
Negro.
Oh, it's lit. We knew. Talk to me. Hey, ma. Are you? I am that dude. You are so cute. Oh, it's lit. We knew. Talk to me. Pulled up to the club. I'm talking to La Marina. My cousin Chucky Black is wavy. He in the Beamer. Mommy looking good. She see me. She with the peoples. And this is how entertainment. We moving like we the Beatles. I'm from Harlem. My ego is very lethal. This lady looked amazed. I'm talking to her people. Speaking all the sism like a pimp to a Mac. I'm too successful to lie. I'm speaking nothing but facts.
Hit the cash app. Hit the cash app. Hit the cash app.
This is a sick Negro.
You just step in their neck.
Scared to death Negroes are my enemy.
All right. Let me see where we are here. Let's see where we are. Okay. 180 plus in the building. And they said, fuck that. I'm not putting on nothing.
Chef, I will sponsor the broadcast. Let's go.
Oh, God damn. No.
Hold on. Wait. Let's do this as white people. Okay. Let's be white people. Chef, both Juan and I will we'll do this like white people. I'll put in half and he'll put in half.
Done. You make a difference.
So, like, you know how white people have to do, like, when you have like these white folks that really want to get a message to white people, and white folks basically pay their own stuff. But it's a crime that there are 180 people. Somebody out there has $2.
Well, shout out to my sister Star.
Okay, well, Sister Star, God bless her. She giving out more money than Rockefellers and shit. Damn.
She really is, man. Sister Star, you
need to bring on the program.
Sister Star, come on the program, sis. I know you don't be going live, sis. Come on the program. Sis, come to the program, please. One time. This sister be keeping the lights on. Niggas just be taking from us. God, dog, these niggas.
And you know, the biggest holes in our community are black men. You know, if God didn't give you a pussy, you should have been born with one, because you sure take like holes, brothers. You brothers are holes. There's so many pussy mouth bastard holes out there. I wish black men would do this. I wish black men would do that. Then when black men do it, they don't do shit. But you know what? They're almost as bad as the sisters that buy the $1 million Bible from the racist preachers that do the religious television programming. You know, it's so sad. Those guys have money for all those down low, sorry ass, omnisexual rappers who crack their asses to get a contract, but try to do something serious. And you know what? It's sad that black dudes, a lot of them, they don't get serious until they're in jail facing getting gang raped. And all of a sudden they want to read and think. Do y'all need to be behind bars to do the right fucking thing? I just want to ask shit.
Hold on, brother. I'm trying to be serious, man. Let me write this shit. He said,
This is a sick Negro.
Can't stand this man, y'all. Can't stand this.
I'm just asking an honest question, y'all. I've been out here all these years. You know, I'm going to just tell you something. We got to believe in something and do something. Now, just a couple of days ago, they tried to tell me my mother was going to die in the hospital. Okay, they tried to do a psych op on me and tell me my mother's going to die. And they were telling me this and that about my mama. I said, damn, it's my fucking mama. You know, they tell me my mother's going to die. And the doctor says, well, you know, what are your thoughts? So, sister, you guys are saying to me, my mother can't take in nutrients. And she says, that's right. And you're saying my mother can't excrete waste. I said, that's right. I says, well, you know, she just might explode. And, well, what are you thinking? And I told them I wouldn't serve a God that couldn't give my mother a bowel movement. That's my damn answer. If God can't make my mother shit, then my mother needs to go. You know, my mother shit so much, they started leaving the pins by the whole fucking bag. The nurses were tired after they said my mother couldn't shit anymore. I don't want to hear what people have to say. You got to believe in something. Okay? I'm telling you, we went down and did Christian communion. I got my survival communion where we prayed over her intestine. And I told the bowel movement motherfucker come out in Jesus' name. Demand that the shit move. You got to believe in something. You got to stand for something. You got to know shit's going to happen. Who's gonna lose? Look, you can't even buy some cheap Chinese condoms by the box for a small contribution to this platform. You can't get a Happy Meal. Even if you go there and they put a little drugs and they put a little weed in there because somebody working the window and shit. You know about that, Q. You want to make money? Work the window to McDonald's to sell drugs on the side. That's a hell of a, shit. I known about that since the 80s. Give up something. In order to have something, you have to give something. There's a little white TV show on Amazon Prime y'all asses need to watch. It's a hyped up a film on the American Revolution called The Sons of Liberty. And it shows how white folk, broke ass white people, came together to create this white nation. People were sacrificing, investing, taking risks. You know what? The only thing Negroes or women eventually do these days is to get a sex change, get an STD, or overdose on drugs. That's the only shit people eventually do. It's disgraceful. Now, we need to have some motherfucking money up in here to keep this thing coming. I mean, people's time matters. I mean, Chef is out here doing stuff. Q's out here doing stuff. Juan's out here teaching people how to shoot folk in the head and shit if it comes to race war. And my mission out here is to go off on coons and let them know eventually one day we shall overcome sellout niggas. There's going to be a mass march. One day, that's why I keep doing this. This is getting out slowly but surely. People every now and then, different folk reaching out, talking to me, folk getting mad, saying, you know, I saw your show, it made me so angry. I started thinking. We have to start doing another $20. God damn. That's not even popcorn in a movie for someone that you're not even going to get a hand job from. So, I mean, give the shit up. God damn.
Well, let me say this, sir. Salute to you, brother Dr. Short. Salute to brother Dr. Short. God damn it. Listen, I want to say thank you to my sister Star real quick. Let me put some blessings on that, sis, real quick, for becoming the sponsor of today's broadcast. Sister Star, thank you very much.
She's got a whole bunch of white woman points. She just took all the white woman points.
Salute, sis.
She took all the white woman points today. Y'all let her get all the white woman stars. I mean, you got Marilyn Monroe, Betty Grable, even what's that old ass bitch that was up there? The one that was old that just died from Golden Girls.
Oh,
what's her name?
Betty White.
Betty White.
Yeah, she got the Betty White star too. That old dried up white woman star. She
Man,
got all the white woman stars.
Look at here. We got 200 plus in here. I need a co-sponsor of today's broadcast. Y'all got to stop playing. Y'all take it now.
Well,
Hold on. No, I got you. I didn't get brother Dr. Short. I got you. But I'm gonna say salute.
I'm a co-sponsor.
Okay, so you about to send
I know your damn Cash App.
Okay, yeah, send it. Yeah, goddamn it. $sign FTS 49, goddamn it.
Okay, now you may.
Hold on. Let me say this. Salute to the damn. We got nearly it's right there by the 200. Salute to all of y'all that's in there. If you didn't put on the books, hit the like.
Hit the like button.
Hit the dislike.
But even more than that, share this shit.
Share.
In fact, if you know a feminist, please send them my shit. I want them to be as miserable as all the brothers who've been cock-blocked and fucked over at child and family court. Let those hoes know there's a patriarch revolution. A day's going to come when folks start doing DNA testing on all the kids at birth. You hoes are going to get busted before you get out the delivery room. Oh, hell yeah, there's going to be a movement. Judgment Day is coming. And all you pussy mouth bastards out there calling folk queen all the time, and you swinging both ways and lying and not paying child support and stabbing brothers in the back and shit and bitching about passport brothers, and you talking to Puerto Ricans and Dominicans over here, you need to shut the fuck up. We're coming for y'all. Share our stuff with people that you know will not appreciate it.
Right.
That's a big problem in the black community, is that there's not enough competing ideas. Basically, we are like a radio that is stuck on dumb fuck nigger channel. It should be called Radio Slum. And we need another channel, a channel of thought. So if you could think of someone, especially if you know, I have people tell me whenever they want to get back at people, they send people shows I did, and then people stop talking to them. If you get your bill collector's cell phone number, send them my damn video. Just do something. I mean, irritate people, make people miserable. I mean, make people have menopause the second time and shit. Maybe, shit, if you're 80, maybe she'll have a period again. Do something with this shit. Just don't sit on it. It's not an egg. You're not an ostrich or a chicken. And if you were a chicken, you'd be making some money. This shit's expensive these days.
That's right. That's right. Well, I'll say this real quick. Salute to our brother Juan J. Johnson and our brother Dr. Short, who paused the tag team on the co-sponsorship here.
Yeah.
Salute to those
Because White
brothers.
Jesus has been good to me. And a bunch of y'all know White Jesus. White Jesus has been good to you. If White Jesus...
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
If White Jesus has been good to you, and it's a Sunday, and I know you saw him if you went to church, especially went to those old, respectable churches that are dead, but the people don't talk about black shit, and they just give money to the little sorry-ass pastor, maybe fucking the boys in the choir, or the musicians are doing it, and they have the big, little, ugly White Jesus. White Jesus has been good to y'all. Y'all need to cut some kind of contribution to this.
Oh, shit.
Okay. I just spent 28 days in the hospital at Henrietta Lacks Hospital, Johns Hopkins. Okay. And my mother had a urological issue just like Henrietta Lacks. And they would have killed that nigga had I not been there with her. If I can give $10, you could give $5. You could give $2. In fact, some of y'all sex ain't worth $2. So y'all can surely give up something. And for a bunch of you brothers who basically spend all your money on these ugly Beckys out here, oh yes, you do. The price of a price of half the price of a gin and tonic at the cheap places that you meet them would help Chef C do this broadcast. If I've offended you, if I've offended you, thank God. Something needs to offend that cheap, stingy, skinflint spirit. I bind the selfish, self-hating nigga spirit that gives money to everybody but other black people in Jesus' name. Amen. Do you say amen, Brother Juan? Thank you, Lord.
Double down on the amen with that one. Yes.
Hey, listen. One last thing before we slide to the last subject matter. Shout out to all the Negroes complaining about the tariffs. I understand this is your business right here. You got your t-shirt coming in. Right? Look at here. Look. This is niggas complaining about tariffs. All I want folks to do is focus in on the fingernail tips. Focus on the fingernail tip. This is a t-shirt order. God damn it.
But you know what? I bet you know what? You know what? They go to Dollar General. That's why they're upset about China. Okay,
she about to charge you $35 for a t-shirt that she got from China. You understand? Look at here. Look, y'all. She only paid $19.55. $19.55 for 2 packages. Let me zoom in on this. Hold on. This is the Negroes complaining about tariffs. 2 packages for $19.55, y'all. She's saying the tariffs is breaking the bank on her.
Well, you know what? It's not breaking the bank with those Dollar Tree nails that she's got on. She's doing real good. Okay. Take my word.
These are the.
This is a sick Negro.
This is it right here. This is what I'm talking about. This is not it. You're not really in business. You're not doing business. Stop playing. But these are the Negroes running around. Oh, the tariffs is killing American business. I work so hard for my business. I got all this inventory. Man, you paid more for you paid more for a Whopper Jr. full meal than this damn t-shirts. This is a t-shirt order. This is what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. But nonetheless, let's go into what I want to show y'all now. Get into the main subject matter here for today's broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. The man of the hour right here. Mr. Michael Howard is the man of the hour. And he wants all of y'all to know that he's the man for the job. He grew up just like everybody else.
Why does he look like a young ZZ Top?
Why does he look like Better Call Saul, Saul Goodman? Why does he look like that? I call him Saul Goodman from Better Call Saul, sir. Okay, let's bring this up here. Yeah. Can y'all see him? Hold on, let me bring it down.
Do we have to?
Yeah, you got to see him. Let me drop it on down here. Boom. Here
Oh my
is
God.
the man of the hour, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo.
Okay.
He looks like a grand dragon with the metrosexual buzz cut.
Now, he wants you to know that he sympathizes with anybody that's been unjustly trialed by public opinion and, and this degenerate system. He's the guy that's going to look out for you. Him.
Excuse me, Chef.
Okay?
Do you know he looks like Stonewall Jackson?
Stonewall Jackson, sir, I don't know who that is.
He's one of the main best generals in the Confederate Army.
Excellent.
He does look like, hey, pull it up. Pull up Stonewall Jackson. Somebody send a picture of Stonewall Jackson. I'm from Northern Virginia. Okay, he looks like a Confederate statue, the kind that you see in the small southern cities. He does look like he looks like Stonewall Jackson. Same beard and everything.
Interesting. Let's
put the picture up there. Show his damn face. I don't mind.
Hold on. No. I'm pulling him up. Give me a moment here. This is Stonewall.
Exactly.
Interesting, y'all.
I'm scared. I'm so scared.
Now, this is Stonewall. Look at here.
Damn time traveler.
Look at this. Reincarnated. No point intended, Kendrick. No point intended. Look at there. Wow. You're on to something. 200 plus in the building. Hit the likes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and play this. This is the new lead attorney that the Carmelo Anthony family decided to go with, y'all. Okay? They felt that this guy is the man for the task. Okay? Which we are seeing to be some equivalent of Tamir Rice, OJ, so on and so forth. Right? This is the 2.0 version. Okay? So let's go ahead and play this.
I became a lawyer because I really enjoy getting to know people and helping them through difficult situations. I grew up like everybody else, wondering how criminal lawyers represent those people. But once I actually started representing real people and taking on their problems, their cares, their worries, their anxieties, getting them through their case back to living their life is really the best job I could ever have.
Interesting how he decided to take this particular angle in law, right? You wanted to be the guy who represents the quote unquote criminals, okay, by public opinion in some cases. But it's interesting that a guy like this is the one who decided to do that.
I like to take real time with people. That helps me understand them and then of course represent them better. And so whether you're facing a small or a big charge, I take the time to care. That's who I am and what motivates me day to day. I really love helping people, and I've developed a team at my firm that.
Why does this feel like a grinder elevator pitch?
To know you and to help you however we can. The best feeling in the world is the day I hand somebody a dismissal or stand next to them in court when they hear the words not guilty, or work out some sort of resolution for them that ends the case in a way that they're happy with, and I can see the relief wash over them. That's amazing.
Now let's have a conversation.
Okay. Chef.
Well, one, I want to say this. Why do we think that the family decided to go with this guy? Is he's the best, the most qualified person for the job? Should, in this case, there be black representation for the kid? Or is it the best man gets the job here? What say you? But let me go to Brother Dr. Shaw. You got something on your chest? Go ahead, sir.
I do. First and foremost,
Pause.
his
No, go ahead, sir.
first and foremost, his presentation sounded like a grinder elevator speech. I mean, that could have been a grinder personal, frankly. That's how it felt. That's number one. Number two, nobody black lives in Crockett that would remain in business if they did take him on or would survive in the Dallas area. They would be targeted. So nobody black's going to be brave enough that's down there that plans to make their money there, who wants to remain a lawyer and have a bar. So they're not going to do it. And we also know that there's some connection between the attorney that was working with them and Jasmine Crockett and Black Lives Matter and all this stuff. And so that dude looks like the kind of moist, I love brothers. I want to get him out of jail, and I can go down on you while we're, having attorney-client privileges and shit. I've never heard of him. I've never heard of him, and you haven't heard of him. And frankly, I have to say this about the Anthony family. I hate to bash them in their time of trouble, but why move your family into a swarm of white supremacist bees and shit? How long do black people have to live in all white dangerous areas with children at school age before they find out that people fucking hate us and want to kill us before we can get back to Africa? Just asking.
Well, I'll say this, Brother Dr. Short. Man, listen, I've watched a lot of family members put their children in dangerous environments. One, because the uppity Negro, who's now an adult, has a disdain for his own people. Okay, so the ice is colder on the other side. They need to be able to drink out of that glass whenever they feel like it. The other side is, opportunity. Well, education is a lot better in those areas oftentimes. I get that. However, you are still, this is like bringing, letting a fox loose in the hen house. You bring this child into an environment where there's no one that's like him, right? Or very few. And anybody that's lived in a situation such as that, that there's some kind of you got to conform to a degree to survive there, right? You got to be docile, right? None of that black shit fly over there. You become what was her name? The girl's name off of that show. Damn, what the fuck is her name? Stacey Dash. What was that show that Stacey Dash was in?
You mean Stacey Smash, because all the people had her.
Right. Clueless. Bingo. Clueless. What she really is in real life now. Clueless. I guess that was a foreshadowing of what she would be as an adult. But nonetheless, we have tons of these melanated folks running around here who are Oreos. You're just Oreos. Okay?
I actually like the cookies. The worst part is the center.
Right. But you get a real Negro wake-up call. Right? And what I found here is that I'm not going to go full crash out on the Carmelo family just yet, because I feel like they're going to come out and do some turn the other cheek shit.
You mean Rodney King?
I mean Michelle Obama. They go low, we go high.
You mean she goes bro, she goes by.
Yeah, listen. It's can we all just get along? I see it coming. I feel it. It's a little too much silence going on. Okay? Who's Keybro in the chat? Who is this person? Who is this person? Hold on. Let me go on a little side tour real quick. Who are you?
What up, Chef?
Peace, brother Negro. 1 second, brother Negro. Who is this person in the chat talking shit? Listen, get your ass off. Matter of fact, I'm gonna time this person out. I'm gonna give you what you need. How about this? Let me time this person out.
The only person that has what he needs is RuPaul.
My mods, kick Keybro the fuck up out of here. Yeah, you can sit your ass down. I don't know who the hell that is.
We
Trying
don't
to
want to
control
know.
the platform.
We
Get
don't
your
want
ass
to.
up out of here.
You don't want to know who they are.
There you go. So now, as I was saying, okay, we are looking at a different time here, ladies and gentlemen, where a lot of that family, I feel like they may turn the other cheek, and it's gonna be some, why don't y'all just leave it alone? Don't say anything about it. But in the meantime, we'll stay quiet until, we'll have these Negroes emotionally riled up so they can support us with this legal fund. Okay. And once we get what we need, it's going to be no real justice served here.
I don't think they thought they were going to get that money. That's what scared them. The black support is what's frightening. See, if black people had not given, they would have had a reason to say, well, we couldn't get help from anybody else. We had to coon because our people weren't there for us. But because people have stepped up, they're now trapped because grassroots people want some action.
Right.
And they didn't really want to give action. What they wanted was a compromise. Maybe him do like 3 years probation.
Well, I have the letter, ladies and gentlemen, that I want to share with everybody. Okay. There was a prior resignation letter submitted on behalf of the transitioning representation here. I believe I got it in here. I want to show y'all what was said. Let me see something. Hold on, y'all. Matter of fact, let me do this for everybody real quick. In the meantime, make sure you like, share, subscribe. Brother Q, what's your interpretation on this Mr. Mr. Michael Howard, sir? Is that a smart move made by the Anthony family? What are your thoughts on that?
I think the play is kind of smart when you think about it. Definitely, if he's from down there in that area, that particular county, you see a lot of people with cases that may be like this, where they'll go get an outside attorney that don't know the whereabouts of what the courthouse they were in. I had a friend of mine that had an attorney that was high profile New Jersey attorney, but he didn't understand the county that he was in New Jersey, and he basically lost the case. And he shouldn't have lost the case. He wound up getting his case overturned in an appellate division and so forth and so on because it was ineffective counsel. So I think this is smart, definitely, if he's from that area in particular, because you need people that know how to work that courtroom, may have a relationship with the judges, and may be able to sit in when they have what they call the indictment phase, which he hasn't been indicted for any charge yet. And that's going to be important because, as they say in the legal field, you can indict a ham sandwich. If one thing, and just to answer the person that said what they said, is it's no case right now. It's not really a case until he gets indicted for formally charged. So like I said earlier when we were talking, I think right now it's just a bunch of people, and I get it. It's a bunch of people that's speculating. We're jumping the gun to rush the proceedings. And if he doesn't get indictment and he gets released, what are we going to say? You know what I mean? So a lot of times you have to let the process play out a little bit and see what's what before you jump to conclusions. So I think that hopefully this family, who is of the affluent in that area, they know what they're doing and they understand strategically to not put him in a trick bag. Hopefully get him some justice based off what if he is charged, because he, like I said, he may not be charged.
Well, listen, I could agree because there's a person that you want people to have the outside looking in thing. You want a objective perspective coming in representation. Does I gotta ask the question? Does color matter in this instance? Brother Wolf, talk to me, sir. What say you? Does Carmelo have to be represented by a black lawyer, attorney, a black attorney, sir?
You want the best attorney. Best is not determined by skin color. You want the best one. In Texas, I don't know if I was black, if I would take it. It's the blowback. I mean, you're representing a brother who killed, quote unquote, in self-defense. Because again, we don't have all the information. Everybody is speculating, but we haven't heard nothing from the police or the DA. So we don't know what we get.
Right.
Murder, manslaughter, we don't know what we have. But what we do have is whites and blacks showing who they are. Again, if you don't know, again, I gave almost 3 decades of law enforcement. And in law enforcement, it's about the evidence, the charging docket. We don't have that yet. We got speculation. I mean, I'm surprised that the DA hasn't said nothing. We're talking about maybe going on 2 weeks now, right? At least the whole week has passed so far, and nothing. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think that in the system of white male domination culture, you have gauges they put in place to take the temperature of the nation. What do you mean? This situation under every presidency, there is some type of black-white issue.
Always. Come on.
Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice under Barack's, Kyle Rittenhouse, although Kyle shot some white boys.
Hey, brother Juan, let me ask you a question real quick while you speaking, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Do you think that in your experience, right, when you have a case like this, and just being an officer who had to write reports, who had to be involved with cases, who had to go get subpoenaed and get testified in front of the grand jury, do you think that in a case like this, the more attention is a good or a bad thing?
It's bad, especially when you're talking about trying to get a jury pool together of your peers.
Right.
Because they're already tainted by the news. And that could be a ploy. That could be a ploy when they think about it. No charging document, no DA, no press conference, but just speculation. So everybody knows about this case. It's going to be very hard, especially if folks have gone on the record about the white side or the black side. It's going to be very hard to find a jury of his peers. So this is, to me, it's like a delay tactic going on right now.
One of the things that I looked at, Brother Juan, was the father of the twins. And he said he already forgave Carmelo Anthony. And he said he knew exactly what happened. Now, as a father, he knows what happened because his other son told him.
Come on.
He knows his boys.
He knows his, come on, that part.
So that was my thing, was like I told Chef C earlier, when we were talking earlier, I didn't tell him, but when we were talking earlier, that was my thing, was that sometimes with these cases, the more attention that goes on these cases, the more problems it incurs, because what happens is, for example, what you said, let's just say hypothetically, the DA agrees it was self-defense. He knows that Frisco, if he don't charge, Frisco might get tore up, because now people feel as though it was an injustice being done. And that works vice versa on whatever they decide to do, because so much attention is on the case, and only person that knows the facts of what happened is the people that was there and the police that are continuously investigating what's going on. And like you said, because of what goes on in our country and the height of racial tension, that maybe the district attorney has to be very tactful and careful with how he goes about his next move.
Well, check this, gentlemen. Let me read this, and then I'm gonna go to the Negro. I see we got the brother Negro who just checked in with us. Again, I'm still, reserving my thoughts as far as what I think this family intends to do here. But I can say that this is a potential chess play by having a legal defense in the form of a white guy, right? To kind of try to balance the scale for the same reason why we see these mainstream media apparatuses parading your girl Jasmine Crockett around with all that ratchet talk. So nobody can say anything to her because immediately when they do, it's, oh, they're being racist. Okay? So in this case, now you got the white defense. That's kind of to try to calm that Texas crowd down as well over there. Okay? Let's read on this. That's just me thinking out loud. That's my perspective. But let me read this, y'all. Dallas, Texas, the family of Carmelo Anthony has officially retained the services of attorney Mike Howard, aka Michael Howard, a highly respected criminal defense lawyer with decades of experience across North Texas. Mr. Howard will serve as lead counsel in the legal defense of Carmelo Anthony as the case proceeds through the court system. Okay? The family and their supporters wish to express sincere gratitude to attorneys Billy Clark and Kim Cole, whose assistance in the first days of following Carmelo's arrest provided vital early legal support during an extremely traumatic time, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? Let me read some more of this here. Okay. As we enter the next phase of this process, Attorney Howard will lead the efforts to build a well-rounded legal team that can defend Carmelo thoroughly and vigorously, said the spokesperson. Blah, blah, blah. This journey towards justice is a long one and one that must be done right. The family is asking for continued patience and support from the community as they work with Attorney Howard to assemble a team that reflects the seriousness and complexity of what lies ahead. Okay, I'm going to shrink this down a touch and we're going to go to the next one. Let me see here. I got this from somebody. All right, let's see. Oop. There we go. Now, let me bring this in. Okay. Continue sharing and giving your legal defense fund to the legal defense fund. Your contributions are essential, helping the family build a strong legal team, possibly ensure that Carmelo's constitutional rights are fully. For anybody that wants to donate or whatever it is, you can feel free to do so right there, y'all. Give, send, go. Let me see if I can zoom in on that a little bit more for those of you who aren't aware where to send your contributions, right? Now, and that's pretty much it right there. This is some other stuff from somebody else. But nonetheless, I wanted to bring that up so everybody can see what has happened here. Your support also is urgently needed to provide the family with security and peace of mind, especially as they endure threats, harassment, and hateful messaging stemming from this high-profile case. The rise in hate and bigotry is real, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we may be looking at the first portion of this thing. So on Monday at 9 a.m., Attorney Howard will represent Carmelo in a bond reduction hearing in Collin County. The public is encouraged to remain engaged, uplift the family, and continue advocating for justice. So anybody that can kind of get out there, we definitely recommend it. Also, y'all want to look more into Mr. Michael Howard That's his information right there, y'all. Check this out. Let me zoom this in for you. That's how I was able to find him, look him up a little bit. Michael Howard. So www.mikehowardlaw.com is the guy. That's his number as well. Y'all want to check him out. See what type of time him and his crew is on. Okay? Y'all want to do some more deeper dive into who Michael Howard is as an individual, I would suggest that as well. You know, the internet is the internet. So y'all, internet, do what y'all do. Go check him out, dig, invade his privacy, do what you do, right? Okay, so that's the internet for you. But nonetheless, gentlemen, so that's where we are. I mean, they gave the other attorneys the walking papers, brought this guy on, and we're gonna see what what can come of this particular experience. Brother Negro, what say you, sir? Do you think that is what's your perspective on this? I guess it's a strategy here that they're trying to implement.
I'm gonna go the whole Negro. I'm gonna go the whole Negro way. You already know what I mean by that. What I mean by is that I want my whole legal team to be Negro or Black American or in lead position. When Native Americans fight for their justice, sometimes they use their own people to advance those things, to let them know that the mission is real and that this is coming from their community. And this is the standard that they want to uphold. So when other groups do it, the Chinese people or the Latino people represent their interests, they don't get no bomb threats. But when the Negro does it, now you want to drop atom bombs on us? Like, no, I'm not cool with that. That's how you know that the Dred Scott ruling is still not in favor for us and stuff like that. So yeah, like we need reparations now. That's how I look at this situation even more so. Like, Negro, I want Black counsel, Black people on my cases. I want to lose with the hands. Like people might say, I don't even care if it's the best. It might sound really messed up. I just want my people there because we have been so kind of derailed out of these type of situations. So I don't know. I wouldn't trust the white dude at all. Like what? Like no, I'm good.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Hey, you're a color. You're racist, Negro. You're a racist, Negro.
Oh no. When the Jewish people, when they have their people, they have their own. But then nobody's not calling them racist.
So watch this, Negro. Monday is a bond hearing, right? Right. They gave him $1 million bond.
$1
million.
He's trying to get it reduced.
That was unreasonable. Okay. Do you trust Mr. Howard to bring that bond down? Would you want a Negro to bring that bond down?
Come on, Negro. Would you want a Negro to get that bond down, brother Negro?
The thing is, I'm looking at we're paying them even more to, like, this is how vicious white supremacy system is. It's like we're paying them for our own defense. Like, I'm not even feeling that. Like, I want us to be so autonomous away from these guys, so we won't even have to deal with them anymore.
You respectfully, my brother, you niggas playing right now. This young man needs the best that his money could get him right now. I get it, I understand, but particularly maybe it's not a Black attorney in that county. Now, yeah, you got your bar from down there, so you send a black attorney from Dallas County, a well-known county. I think Lee Merritt is from down there. He goes in that county. He don't know to worry about them judges and how them judges rule when a bond hearing needs to come down for excessive charging.
That part.
This is why you can't, and I understand your understanding, you can't get caught up in having somebody that looks like you to represent you. You need the best. The threats came involved. I think the way the Chef C read the article is the threats came not because of who his attorney was. The threats came because all the eyes on the case.
Correct.
And the attorneys are letting it be known what's going on. that we don't know about, far as threats, and his people know how to troll online and dox you. Found out where Carmelo Anthony's family lived at. That's not because of who's representing him. Representation is vital right now.
Yeah.
There is a thing in the appellate division called ineffective counsel. A lot of people come back on appeals for ineffective counsel. You commit a crime when you're under intoxicating, when you're under intoxicants, they got a thing called diminished capacity. And if your attorney does not bring that up during the trial period, meaning that you were drunk under the influence and your capacity was diminished, then that means you could come back on appeal for ineffective counsel. I'm just using it for a broad term, not for Carmelo Anthony. So having an attorney that understands that this prosecutor, if it most hell happen, is going through everything against the wall and see what stick. If that attorney knows that prosecutor may or may not do that, that attorney has to be prepared. He has to understand. There is a thing in the after the indictment phase called the motion phase. There's hundreds of pretrial motions. Sometimes prosecutors, what they do is, because they know that attorney is strong in the pretrial motion phase, the prosecutor will say, listen, we're not going to have any motions. We're going to post this for pretrial conference. So this is major important of who you have representing you. So I understand.
It just comes across like the white man's ice is colder, and I just don't.
We can't.
Like I'm just gonna just keep it.
Look, I can't. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But listen, I understand what you're saying. But when you're dealing with that, and we say we understand the system, when you're dealing with the system, you got to have the best that your money.
And I have a question then. Was Johnny Cochran? He was the lead attorney on a black OJ case, was he? Or was he one of the lead? If you mind me asking, like, if memory serves me right, I think Dr. Short will have a better memory on this than me.
Wait a minute. I'm going to defend the other two. There was a courthouse that in North Carolina that Johnny Cochran couldn't show his black face. They had to send F. Lee Bailey down there because the guy don't even send a nigger lawyer here, no matter who it is. If it's Thurgood Marshall, he'll lose. And so I don't know. You're a Northern Negro. You're up in Connecticut. I'm a Southerner. And I know what it's like. And we Southern black people know there's certain places where the Civil War was lost by the Union.
Come on.
To fuck what the history books say. And everything a black person says is wrong.
Yeah.
In fact, a white man pro se can represent himself against a black attorney and win. You know that never happens in other court. You pro se, you lose almost always without a lawyer. But in those courts, a white pro se could beat a seasoned black lawyer because the judges are that damn bad. Why? The judges down there get elected. Those judges have to campaign. They need white votes. And do you think that judge wants to lose his judgeship over a nigger that's accused of murdering a white boy that everybody loves? No, ain't no way. I mean, I'm sorry. You need to live in the South some more. You'll mature because you sound like a Northern Negro. Northern Negroes talk a lot of shit up there, these big ass cities and shit.
Hey, hold on, Negro. Hold on, wait a minute now. Wait a minute.
Bring your ass down south where the sheriff knows your grandmother and they know the whole. I mean, and all the motherfuckers know where you live. They know everything about you. They know your great grandparents. They know the graveyard you're buried in. It's not like in New York. You may have a racist cop that beats your ass, but he doesn't know your name, the street you live on, the church you go to. Am I talking, Brother Juan Johnson? But they know everything about. They know how to come after you in so many different ways. You can't even imagine how many ways it can hurt you. They know the Coca-Cola. They know if you drink RC Cola or Coca-Cola, or if you drink the what's the Sam's Club Cola. When these small southern areas, that shit's nuts. People can hear your name, look at your face, know your family, know everything about you. It's not like up north. Marcus Garvey never brought his 6 million followers, never took his ass south. If they would have killed him, they would have killed every. You don't. These people are already been at war with us 400 years. And I'm not saying that I don't like black lawyers. I need to say to you point blank, my granny's birthday was April 9th, Irene Morgan. And I can assure you, even when they should have won and the Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals in 1945, Thurgood Marshall lost. He lost in Virginia, not Florida, not Alabama, not Mississippi. He lost in Virginia, a total loss. You won't even hear. That's when the worst losses Thurgood Marshall ever had was a case. It was a straight win. And they simply said, look, nigger, no. If you don't know that kind of discrimination, live a little longer. Some of us know, like you can mouth off at your teachers in your classes and when you finish your degree. I know what it's like for folks to cuss and call you nigger in class. You better be quiet. Not because you can't fight back, but because sometimes sometimes you just have to know how to do it to get someone white to do something, not because you couldn't do it yourself, but white folk won't accept it. I'll do one more. I got a book. I'm going to do some reading on the Angry Black Men's Book Club. It's called the Hodge v. Heard and Shelby versus Kramer that ended housing covenants. It used to be such that you needed someone white to buy the house because they wouldn't sell it to you for $1 million just because you were black. We don't even want the money. We just don't want any niggas. If you don't understand that kind of extreme white hate, you don't understand what the legal team is up against.
And let me add this little caveat.
Okay, I just look at the system has already failed us anyways. You can't even trust some of these lawyers because they ripping us off. It doesn't matter if we're black or white. We still don't get any form of justice. So why are we even invested into the system when we know that it's rigged? These are some of the things that I like that's just
We don't have our own damn country. You're putting the damn cart before the horse. The reason we don't have it is the same way we couldn't get any damn sponsorship for this discussion. For all your passion and shit, there are people that wouldn't give $1. I know about people right here listening, like the fucking audience here. That's why we don't have it. Because most niggas are on chicken shit. That's why we don't have it. And you could get your little revolutionary ass snuffed out real fast for a bunch of ungrateful black people who don't give a shit. So strategically, while we wait for the sleeping, dumb fuck black people to wake up and recognize they're going to get genocided and don't get this shit together, you need to figure out how to stay alive because when they wake up, they're fucking clueless. They won't be ready. That's why you do it.
And let me say this, Negro. Reality does not concede to good intentions. I'll say this again. Reality does not concede to good intentions. Many people are in the grave, or they shot, or they stabbed, or they got a black lawyer when they should have got the best lawyer. And reality kicked in. You know what? Oh, you got a nigga lawyer, huh? Oh, this thing's already settled now.
It's cooked. Yeah.
So you're saying that so not getting the best black lawyer wouldn't help out with this situation. I'm not just basing off just his rates. I'm talking about getting the best.
Negro, you changing the goalpost now.
You just moved the goalpost.
No, because you guys out here giving the accolades to this white guy saying he's the best white lawyer.
No, we didn't say that. Like, we didn't say the white guy was the best. I didn't say he was the
best.
What we said is he needs the best lawyer, and the family decided to go with him. You went on the racial thing. Yeah. We're just telling you from experience, in these situations, you need somebody that knows that courtroom, knows that county, that has those relationships to be able to work around in that courtroom. Because there are things that go on during a case that don't even get public.
And he's kind of sweet looking.
This is a sick Negro.
He's kind of sweet looking, so he may have the relationships. So when you weren't listening, I said he looked like Stonewall Jackson on Grinder. That just made what you need. A white boy with an extra greasy booty that's got some friends up in there. It says, we're going to let you have your bomb reduction for your niggas so long as you meet me for cement juleps down at the duck hunting pond.
Pause.
That's how they get down.
There may be a hearing like this, like Brother Juan said, the hearing may go on tomorrow and the judge may have a conference to the side and say, look, I've read the charging indictment, not indictment. I've read the charging statement, and I don't think the prosecution meets any burden of proof for indictment, and throws it out, and he go home. There's a possibility. So I know it may sound crazy, but when you are in these situations, you have to trust the process. You have to.
And Negro, watch this. You got to look at this. Man, you want the best. If he's an Arab, if he's the best, I want the best. But at the same time, I'm looking at the location I'm in too. I got a family, and I take on this case. Trust me, Johnny Cochran was getting some death threats for representing OJ. Because OJ was allegedly had killed Nicole Brown. Okay? So we got to again, reality does not make no concessions for good intentions.
And the great thing about OJ, and this is, I was in school at the time when OJ, and one of the things that most people don't realize with the OJ case is Johnny Cochran put the LA County police force on trial. He flipped the trial. It was not about OJ no more. It was about LA County police. And at the time, who had OJ had there? Alan Dershowitz was in his team. Alan Dershowitz was the number one appeal attorney in the country at the time. Who was in his team? Barry Scheck. Barry Scheck was the number one DNA lawyer at the time. So just because you have the appearance as the lead attorney of a color, that does not mean that your team or your squad or people working on your case are not of the same ilk as you. So I know that, you know, the need to have us represent us, but sometimes you have to be very strategic. And hopefully his family did the right decision for him.
Well, I hear you guys on that. Like, I'm just getting tired of seeing us not relying on per se us on these type of situations, win, lose, or draw. Like, it's gonna get to the
no win, lose, or draw. You want to win.
What I mean.
If he lose, it's over.
Fuck that win, lose, and draw shit, goddammit.
In Texas, it's over.
Okay.
24-hour lockdown.
Anybody who's ever been locked up, gone to jail, and held, or a bond, or have to stand for a commissioner or the judge, they want to win the case. Ain't no lose. It's a win.
And you know what his attorney is telling him right now? I want you to write. He's giving him a pen and pad when he's sitting with him in consultation, and he wants him to write down everything. Go over everything. Replay the tape. Replay the tape in his head. All the evidence. Who do you remember that was there that haven't made a statement? Because anything left out could hurt his case. Go ahead.
My fault. Nah, go ahead. Finish that thought, Q. You was saying some fly shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, and like Cut the Check said, I didn't win, but my lawyer was black. Sound low key crazy.
It's wild. He said, "Yo, listen, I got 50 to life, but I was 10 toes down on black."
I gave everybody the example of my friend. And I'm going to tell you who his lawyer was. His lawyer was Ray Brown Sr.
Oh, you dropping names today.
His lawyer was Ray Brown Sr. Yeah. My friend came from an affluent family. He had a murder charge and went and got the best black lawyer in the state of New Jersey at the time. And lost,
This is a sick Negro.
And lost the case.
Cooked him.
And lost the case. And came back on appeal for ineffective counsel because Mr. Brown did not bring something into the case that would have got my friend off.
That part.
Listen. That
he was in a county that Ray Brown probably shouldn't have been in, because my friend's family went and got the best black lawyer in the state. But Ray Brown Sr., I'll tell y'all, he did not know his whereabouts in Morris County. That's where the case happened at.
So what about these white lawyers that want to, like Central Park 5, that want to do plea deals that lock up children? So like I hear what you guys are saying. I just either or. I look at we're toast either way because we're in this system. That's how I'm looking at this nonsense. And that's why I'm getting frustrated, because this young man should never even been locked up in the first place.
Careful.
So I'm already on edge and already feeling some type of way, because the young man should have never been locked up.
And the reason why I'm gonna say you on edge, and I could definitely be wrong because that's your feeling, is because you've been triggered emotionally with the case.
Well, check this.
It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do it. Fuck them. It's cool when they...
You understand me?
Outside influences already, as Brother Juan was saying, done influenced your view on the case, when all of the facts and the truth about it, nobody knows yet.
We don't have the facts yet. We don't have nothing. We don't have the facts. We don't even have the charging document. Yeah, okay, there is a reporting document out there, but the DA has not charged. There's no charge yet. They holding the guy on $1 million unreasonable bond. $1 million is unreasonable. Okay, keep it 100.
It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do it. Fuck them.
The prosecutors are also in a screwed up place because this boy is 17. They can't give him the death penalty no matter what.
Right, come on.
Which means that the white folks who are already pissed off are going to explode when he has a good possibility of walking just due to his age.
And let's watch this, y'all. They're not keeping this thing under wraps to calm the Negroes. That's to calm the white folks. Let's be very clear. They're keeping this thing under wraps and slow rolling so them white folks don't tear shit the fuck down.
If white folks find out that he can't get the death penalty no matter what,
come on,
they're going to lose it. They're thinking that this boy is going to be barbecued.
And
Have we had a situation like this before? We did with the Scottsboro boys.
Like Dr. Shaw said.
When these people found out that the black men that were accused of raping these two white girls weren't going to be lynched, they attacked the jail and decided to do it themselves. And what ended up happening is they weren't allowed to lynch them, but they assassinated that policeman that didn't let them kill those guys was killed within a year. So those people, prosecutors and all face, because white people don't play by rules. They will kill the prosecutors. They'll kill everybody. They're killers. Who wants to die because the black kid stabbed the white kid? Why do they have to die over this? They can't please them because they can't give the death penalty. And white people don't want to hear about the law. They want to see a dead nigga swinging from a tree. They want a house burnt down. They want the family out of the community. That's the only thing that they're going to understand. And you can't deliver that through the legal system. That is a dilemma that they face.
Well, let me play this clip for everybody that's in here right now. Salute to the 230 plus in here. Y'all done came packed in. Hit the Cash App, ladies and gentlemen. Dollar sign FTS49. Support the program, ladies and gentlemen. Lip service ain't real service. Okay. $FTS49. Right now, our current sponsor of the broadcast is our sister Star with a $20 contribution, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you to the rest of our supporters thus far. Brother Juan, I forgot to shout my brother Kev out. Salute to you, brother Kev, for hitting the Cash App. And we got our brother Dr. Short coming up with that 10 to be the co-sponsor, him and brother Wolf, to co-sponsor this thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're watching here, we just got to understand a few things. And I, you know what? When I look at it and I take myself, let's try to remove some of our emotion, right? Strategically, bringing in this attorney here. Let me show y'all. Bringing in Michael may have been the smartest thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because again, go ahead and let your black ass be an attorney living out there in Texas representing his family. Okay? Then that whole family of that black attorney is in some shit. Now, let alone they find this man not guilty, which he isn't. You know, I'm supporting the brother. Don't get it twisted. But ultimately, they're out for blood. Let's be honest. One of their young, promising boys have been taken by a black boy. You don't think the only thing they're gonna accept is blood? It's blood for blood in their minds right now. We gotta be honest about that. All right?
People say, please play the tape. Relax, Kimber. You gotta relax. You happen to be on my channel, and I respect you supporting my channel and the brothers, our program right now. But relax a little bit. I mean, relax.
Hold on, let's be clear. Kibro, did you hit a like? Are you subscribed to anybody? Did you hit the Cash App? Because the shit ain't come through on my. Did anybody else get a cash? Ain't nothing come from Kibra. You take it from us. You're stealing, Kibra. Or whatever your name is, you're stealing.
Relax a little bit, like we
go at the pace that we going at. This is the wild shit.
We do a show for a reason, and we very meticulous of how we do it. We, like I said, we appreciate you, but we ain't twerking for likes now. Relax.
Nah, this ain't no twerking for no like. None of us can even be monetized. You get the fuck out of here. That's how I am right now. What? Shit. We got no likes. We got barely any likes. It's 200, damn near 300 people in here. You serious? I'm playing.
Yeah, just relax a little bit. I get it. You hasty. You probably, and this is the key that I have to keep saying, and this is not an attack on anybody. One thing that we have to realize with cases, when you got that racial thing involved, that shit is a play on our emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's a our trauma and what has happened to Black Americans, it's a grift for a lot of people without real reparations. And we need to understand how that shit gets triggered by media, by situations. Like the brother said, every presidency, we see some racial shit go down. Mm-hmm. Things happen for a reason, and we need to understand that we can't be emotionally charged one way or the other.
Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, salute to my sister, my brother, Dr. Short again, and my sister, Melinda, both coming through with the Cash App and supporting the program, ladies and gentlemen. Drop the flex bomb. Thank you, family. We appreciate y'all. Let me get my co-sponsors up in here. Let me play this tape while I get the sponsors in my banner down bottom. But salute to everybody. This is an update, just so everybody understand. Update of them making a switch to the new attorney here. And giving an overview from this particular program here, WFMA TV Dallas or something like that. It's a local news network, y'all, but check it out. Hold on, pardon me. Let me get the volume up. Where the volume at? There you go. Boom. Let's get it.
Tonight, the teenager accused of stabbing another student at a high school track meet has a new attorney. Carmelo Anthony retained Dallas criminal defense attorney Mike Howard. Frisco police say Anthony killed 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet 10 days ago. According to an arrest affidavit, what started as a back and forth between the two teens ended with Anthony stabbing Metcalf. Metcalf's funeral was today. Anthony is now charged with murder. A bond hearing is scheduled for Monday. WFAA will be at the courthouse for that hearing. Stay with us on air and on our streaming app, WFAA Plus, for continuing coverage of this story. Tonight,
I love y'all in the chat. Y'all the best that ever did it. Just get them likes up, get them shares up. Y'all the greatest that ever did it in the chat. Make sure y'all hit the Cash App because I love y'all statements. I just love it.
Yeah. You know what annoys me with this?
Just make sure when you hold on, Chef. Just make sure when you get that letter for jury duty, you answer it. So you do your civic duty if you can by law. Do some jury duty because I tell you, we love to rush to judgment either way.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think that the average Black person have not studied the American Slave Code in practice and in theory. We go to school, but we don't understand that in the bigger scheme of things, white America is on code with protecting white America. And Black Americans need to be in their damn place.
Right.
I'll give you this again, this shameless plug. I'm gonna get in real quick. You see, the American Slave Code in practice and in theory deals with the laws currently on the book that all the white society was on. Why am I mentioning this? Because white America is saying, how dare this Black guy kill a white person? How dare you? Your place is just to accept the abuse. Whatever he did to Carmelo Anthony, Carmelo was supposed to accept it because why? It's a part of the code. And we don't study the laws. We don't study American slave code in practice and theory, trying to make this one big happy family, but not realizing instinctively white folks and Black folks are on code. That's why you see a difference in the approach to this whole killing. Get the book, The American Slave Code in Practice and in Theory, and you will see why the great divide is taking place in this country. Because it's not just legally, it has become instinctively. All right? I'm gonna land my plane with that.
Man, you know, and shout out with brother Dr. Short done fell out real quick. We'll get him back in here. Let me see something. I got right. Let me see. Now listen, we are looking at a situation here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the outrage, initial outrage for those who are under a rock, right? Again, some are saying, okay, he didn't have the right to defend himself. Okay. He didn't belong there. There's a zesty that I want to pull up for y'all real quick. Okay. There's a zesty that needs to be pulled up. And this is one of the bootlicks that we have to be one of these Negroes, these honorary Negroes that we have to pay attention to. I can't say have to, but there's a great deal of Negroes trying to get their rocks off and a pat on their head by daddy, condemning our brother, condemning the young brother for defending himself, essentially. Now, other folks are saying, well, listen, you got to be objective. You know, he went a little too far. Listen, again, we heard the saying, a lot of people have already heard. This dude was 6-something. All right. 200-something plus pounds. Lil Carmelo, my understanding, was either 5'7" or 5'9". Okay. Now he's dealing with two big behemoth ass, and he's supposed to have some kind of judgment on what is too much or what is too little when it comes to defending yourself. Right? What's too extreme and what's just enough to get them up off you. First and foremost, if we're fighting, let's be very clear about something. And what really annoyed me about this particular clip that I just played with this lady here was her framing. Did you see how she framed a lot of her shit? The stabbing, the killing, all these trigger words to already premeditate guilt on the boy. They're trying to trial him in public opinion, as opposed to it even going through the proper process. They want the public to believe he's guilty before he can even have a fair trial. Mm-hmm. The mere fact that most of these media platforms are collectively saying the same thing tells me that everybody got CC'd the following morning. The same memo. Everybody got CC'd or blind CC'd the same memo. Okay? He was a murderer. He's a killer. Stabbing. Right? Omitting the mere fact that, okay, these two boys pulled up on him. These two boys had no reason being there. They're football players. This was a track meet. Why are you there? Okay? I did both sports in high school. I had no reason to be over by the runners when I was a thrower. And I'm still on the track team. So what the hell does a football player or football players got to do on a track field? Okay? A lot of folks, listen, every year, just like our brother Juan said, every term, there's always some kind of mass incrimination or mass display of one black male particularly. It's always a black male per se. You'll get a sprinkle of a sister here and there, but it's always led by a brother of getting unjustly prosecuted, right? Being made the example of, essentially lynched and butt broken. Okay? Every term. And it's almost becoming a yearly thing. You got to understand that is part of the desensitization process. Ladies and gentlemen, that's part of the normalization. It's programming.
I had a friend of mine, Chef C,
yeah,
who I love dearly, that's in law enforcement, presently still. They told me, we were talking about a particular case back in the day, and they were like, I had brought up and I brought up other cases. They said, you have to understand, as law enforcement, we can't look at life like that. We can't arrest or worry about other cases. This particular cop was somebody who was for the people, down with what is down with. So something happened in their particular department. And come to find out, they was like, just wait till all the facts come out.
That part right
Their,
there.
their particular coworker was out of pocket. And they told me after all the facts came out, they said, I couldn't tell you because it was an internal investigation going on. And we couldn't say nothing. So I understand everybody in the chat and how everybody got a different opinions, but I want to answer Marcus's statement. Marcus, I grew up in a community where before I moved to the predominantly black neighborhood, I lived in a predominantly white neighborhood. This situation, when you're dealing with your next door neighbor, sports rivalry is very common If you ever remember the movie back in the day, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, the sports rivalry competition, it goes on all over. So them of telling him, somebody that might be from a different race or a different team, telling him that he shouldn't have been in that area, that's common. When you go to high school football games, if you're on the road, you do not go to that home crowd. That's like a standard. Now, I'm not going to say that Carmelo was wrong for going over to sit. He felt as though he wanted to sit wherever he wanted to sit and not get rained on and sit up under a tent and not be wet. But I'm just going to say that when you're dealing with high schools and rivals and sports, competition, honor, all that stuff is paramount. That means something to these people, whether it's white or black. Your biggest friends nowadays were probably some of your childhood enemies. Because it happens like that. Definitely when you're dealing with sports, man, guys get older, they go to the same colleges, then they become friends. Oh yeah, you came from such and such. Oh, you was the rival. Y'all had a good football team. So with that, this case is really, man, I'm gonna keep saying it. When you take the emotion out of it and all of the outside noise, it's sad, it's tragic, it's upsetting, it's emotional, it's charged, but it's not the murder. I'm not gonna say not the murder, not the death, but take the death away. This is very common. So much so that one time in New Jersey, I remember that when high schools played each other, they didn't even let fans come into the gym because the fans would start fighting, the rival fans. This is a very common thing that happens in high school sports. The fighting, not the death. Not the death. I want to be clear on that. I'm not going to call it a murder because I don't know everything. I know that a young man died and a young man is incarcerated right now. That's the only thing I'm going to speak on.
Well, let me say this. Shout out to Bantu. Where Bantu at? I think that's his name. Bantu say, y'all talk that BS, but Rittenhouse walked.
Rittenhouse didn't kill me.
Shout out to 240 plus.
Rittenhouse didn't kill nobody that looked like me. Like I said, even with Rittenhouse, I have one thing that we have to understand, right? We are Native Black American brothers on this panel. We are people who are from the land.
The soul.
But what we have to understand is that for me, and I know that I'm not trying to speak out of turn for my brothers, but I need everybody to understand this emotion, this roller coaster of race and using our trauma and hitting the racial issue. What happens right now, right? If the twin, let's just say hypothetically, the twin comes out and says, this had nothing to do with race. Right? The twin comes out and said, this had nothing to do with race. How are people going to react if he said that? And that's all you heard. And then he says, me and my brother was bullying him. You take all the sensationalization away from the facts. So we have to understand that sometimes it is about race, but sometimes it may not be about race. And until we know everything, we have to be very careful. We should be very careful.
So watch this, Q. This is why I reserve my judgment, because we don't have all the facts. We have speculation, allegations, but until you get those charging documents, you don't have everything. But as a teacher of self-defense, because you know I do the gun piece, right? I teach conflict resolution. Okay, I teach, this. When you are encountered with a person who's attacking you, if he has a knife, you get a knife. If he has a gun, you get a gun. But if he ain't got no knife or no gun, you got to knuckle up and maybe take that loss.
Yeah, you got to hold that fade.
Okay? Because, again, the courts are going to look at, I'm not talking about this case because I don't have all the facts. But if you approach me to fight, I'm going to knuckle up. I got to knuckle up.
The threat, Juan, I did look up self-defense for a little bit. I didn't do much case law when we were talking about the show. But even in the little brief of case law, it says the retaliation has to match the threat.
It has to be reasonable.
Yeah. So now, like I said, when you allow these lawyers to talk about intent and all these other type of words that they use in court that most of us don't really understand because nobody knows anybody's intent.
So I said it's only two intents, general and specific. General is like manslaughter. I didn't mean to do it. But specific is planned. I'm going to kill that person. I don't know if it was general for Anthony or was it specific? Meaning, you know what? He went there with the knife to kill somebody. I don't know.
See, and this is all of this stuff that we talking about, y'all. This is something that has to be considered from a legal aspect from a prosecutor who may have to send this to a grand jury. Because sometimes, and I'll say it, what most people don't know is when you get charged, you have prosecutors who throw all the charges up on you, charge you with everything under the sun, and hopefully something sticks. This is what they do to certain cops. And then you have prosecutors who will only go after the charge that they think they can get a conviction under. And they'll send that to the grand jury. And then on top of that, like I said, if his lawyer is from Dallas, as the lady said on the news, that's the next county over. That's not Frisco. It's the next county over. He must have, I don't know why the family got him, but the family got this lawyer for a particular reason. So even with the minimum facts that we know of, we have to understand that it may not constitute murder. It may not constitute manslaughter. It may not constitute self-defense. We don't know yet.
Don't know.
I have a question to ask you. It's different, but all the facts haven't come out. I'm waiting. The one thing I'm waiting to come out this week. I need to know if is there white pussy in the mix? Was this black athlete, the nice body, banging little white girls, making them happy and shit, and the two twin brothers with two incels with no pussy, mad at this black dude with his nice hair, dreads and shit, making good grades, having all the white girls scream and shit on the cheerleader squad, and they decided to put an end to it. I'm going to tell you something. Jealous-ass white men, black people don't think that white folk can be jealous.
And Dr. Short, you have a unique way of letting people know that it might be some humor in what you're saying, but all of that is going to be factored in.
Oh no, it's going to be factored in. If it's white pussy, if white pussy is here, then eventually they're going to be able to do a hate crime. If there's an allegation that this boy had been attacked by the twin brothers, then they're guilty of a hate crime. Of attacking him for speaking up to a white girl being harassed for talking to a black guy. This is the other thing. The prosecutors they don't want to have to fight this, that they've got some 21st century Emmett Till shit in their face. You have a dead bully white boy messing with the black guy, protecting the honor of a white girl. This case fucks up all the racial stereotypes that have played for hundreds of years.
See, and that's the underlying factor that I'm glad you got to, Dr. Short, is the reason why these cases always pop up is because we don't deal with the racial issue in this country. We love to throw it under the rug. We want to play games with it, and we don't want to address it as a country. And I know a lot of us feel like, oh, it ain't my ownership. I ain't got to do it. No, as a country, we don't deal with it. And
you know what?
Keep smacking us in the face.
No, it's going to get increasing. You know why? Because millennials and Zs don't know how to stay out of white bushes. Okay. Okay.
I ain't been in no white bush. I'm out of that.
And you're from New Jersey. I don't believe it. But anyway,
bullshit. No way.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
No Becky's. No,
I don't
sir.
believe it.
My first wife was a black American, and my final wife is going to be a black American.
We're not talking about wives. We're
no
talking
side
about
pieces.
Okay, we're talking about hand jobs. We're talking about gin and tonic, blow jobs.
No, sir.
Okay,
You told me he was mine, Massa. You said when we was bringing him back from auction. Yours to turn into a proper field hand. And since
so I'm going to say this.
This is a sick Negro.
No, sir.
One of the biggest problems that pork chop feminism has done is they have outsourced the sex jobs of black women to white women. And this is going to create
They dropped
zapped.
They froze him.
the black man's not getting a lot for his sex dollar. He's being cheated. And that she's outsourced her jobs. God help her.
Listen, I'll be honest. Back in my early years,
John,
I was becked out.
Hold up. I don't want no trouble. Toby be good nigga for Massa. Good nigga. Don't send Toby away. Toby be good for him, boss. This is a sick Negro. Good for him, Massa. It's all right.
Listen,
all right.
Ain't no Becky in my horizon. Ain't no Becky in my present. Them days is over. I was a struggling artist.
Confessions are good for the soul, but not for your reputation. Remember that, people.
What'd you say?
Listen. We got a lot of pro-black Negroes that ain't put on nobody books. So yeah, fuck that. I'm gonna be honest. Cleanse the soul. It's Sunday.
Negro, please. Didn't somebody tell you this was an all?
This is a sick Negro.
Someone get this jigaboo away from me.
You guys are crazy.
Hey, brother Black Lid. Hey, listen. This is listen. Hey, that was when I was young and young and dumb.
Negro, please. Didn't somebody tell you this was a
sick Negro.
All right, well,
someone get this jigaboo away from me.
Hold on.
It's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do it. Fuck them.
Listen, understand. If we gonna go soundbite for soundbite, I got some shit queued up today too. Q.
See, the house Negro was always like that.
Y'all are crazy, man. Y'all are crazy.
You.
Man.
I'm talking to you.
Hey, Bantu, calm the fuck down, Bantu. Don't even go there, man. Nah. That ain't see now. But fuck it. Shit. God damn it. Shit.
James.
I ain't that
name
nigga.
Is Toby. I want to hear you say it.
Stick or fork in me, I'm
Your
done.
name
Oh,
is
no,
Toby.
Sister
You're
Star.
going to learn to say your name.
Sister Star
Let me hear you say
retired.
it. What's your name? Kunta Kinte.
Oh, you got, how many of them shits you got queued up, Q?
When the master gives you something, you take it. He gave you a name.
Q got all that shit queued
it's a nice
up.
name. It's Toby. And it's going to be yours
My milk
till the
of
day
magnesium.
I
No,
know
this
you
nigga.
understand me? And I want to hear it. Again.
Yo.
I want to
milk
hear
of
you say your
magnesium.
name. Your name is Toby. What's your name?
Kunta. Lord God help that boy. They're gonna whip him dead.
You gonna give me a hell of a copyright. I got a number of copyrights tonight.
Who are you?
That's it.
Say your name.
Have me editing too
What's
much.
your name?
Stop that shit, Q. I ain't gonna. You gonna have me fucking editing for like 3 hours tonight. God damn it.
Oh, so you
listen.
You wasn't saying black queens forever, snow bunnies never, huh?
Oh no! Listen. Listen, I'll tell you straight like this. A Negro such as myself, Dr. Short, you got that off. Early years, I give it to you. Pause. Yeah,
cut the check.
early.
That's what Chef C was saying. We all black when the lights go out.
No, we not.
No, we not.
Hey, Chef
We're
C.
supposed to glow in the dark.
Chef C.
Stop that.
I'm gonna tell you how I psyched myself out.
Yeah,
because you ain't the only one.
Man, again, hold on. Wait a minute, goddammit. Let's be very clear about something. We talking literally 25 years ago. Literally. And you see, this is the internet. You say something on the internet, god damn, the internet gonna do what the internet do. But fuck you niggas, goddammit. Hit the Cash App, goddammit. The niggas ain't doing that. You getting entertained now, ain't you? Are you not entertained queued up, Q, since you got every damn thing else queued up? Are you not entertained queued up? Shit, I should have had that. You getting your money's worth today. Hit the Cash App.
Tell anybody starved on the street.
God damn it. Hit the Cash App. $sign FTS 49 shit. Oh yeah, let me drop a link. Yeah, listen.
Start saying confession hour.
Let me drop the link. Anybody feeling some type of way, check in right now.
That's Dr. Short. Dr. Short came in with the will keep talking about what Dr. Short say about white what?
Ain't no milk of magnesium days over here. That was 25 years ago. God damn it. You're not gonna get that. You can't hold that today. I married black, divorced black, gonna marry black again. American.
That's just that's just a quarter century.
Yeah.
Negro, please.
And that's more than my life.
Somebody tell you this was
I ain't been on this
party.
I ain't been on this planet long
Someone
enough.
get this jigaboo away from me.
Q, goddamn you.
Cut the check said record button on explaining talk.
Oh man, yeah. Y'all getting that entertainment tonight. I love it. Let me see something.
Yeah, Earth Angel. This is the name of the show is Confessions of a Black Negro.
Call in the priest. Confessions of a Black Negro. That's a fact.
This is a sick Negro.
That's right. God damn it. Hit the Cash App. God damn it. Hey, listen. So now we're at a place, ladies and gentlemen, where the Zesties stand 10 toes down, as they say. We have a young person who made an initiative, right? Because there's a great deal of folks out here who are hoping that they can get a solid pat on the head by daddy. Daddy hasn't patted them, hasn't shown them any love lately. And this zesty cat right here who's been getting paraded around pretty heavily through that Republican Party, to be very clear. They brought him out to talk this shit. So check it out for yourselves. Fair use, y'all. Fair use. Look at his zest. Look at his zest blink.
Let me start this off by saying that I meant everything that I said. Threatening to sue me for saying that someone who allegedly put a knife into a kid's heart is evil is baffling. This is what happens when you expose wickedness. Now, mind you, I've been one of the more fair and objective voices in this matter. If the allegations are all true, then it went like this. Carmelo was underneath a tent that he should not have been. He was told to move, the confrontation escalated, but he took it to another level to which there is no excuse. Putting a knife in someone's heart over something so petty is evil. If the allegations are true, then he belongs in prison. Subpoena me. My legal funding is very long and I am very comfortable in a courtroom.
Zest the fuck down.
This is a classic case of, it's so funny when you the reaction from all this is, even if I disagree with this individual's opinion, the first thing he said was wrong. How could Carmelo go somewhere where he wasn't supposed to be? Why? Because you white and you say so? See, this is the mentality of the people that live on privilege. Who the hell said Carmelo couldn't be there? And even though I said as a sports rival, yeah, you don't go to the other team's bleachers, but he was trying to seek refuge from being wet. It was raining, and he went up under a tent. This is sick. This is the mentality. Now this right here is WS. This is the mentality that's been embedded that you can't go any and everywhere. Who said you ain't supposed to be there? But I see that we have the honor and esteemed Reverend on the scene. So I'm going to let him cook, Chef C.
We got the brother Coke Sharpton has just checked in. Left Tamika Mallory on the street, sir. How are you this afternoon, and are you up to speed?
Yeah, I'm up to speed. They're not gonna pin this knife as the same knife that Tawana Brawley used to carve KKK in her chest. We're not doing that. We're gonna get these things correct here. So first of all, first things first. Salute to the young boy Anthony Carmelo Anthony for because this what it's really about. I'm sure Lone Wolf know about this, and Dr. Short coming in at $407,144 in the current legal defense fund that we got here.
Sir.
Yes, just crossed
Drop
that line.
Drop that in the private chat, sir. I'd like to bring that up for the folks.
Just crossed that line just a few hours ago. We broke the algorithm on the Give Send Go platform. People thought it was taken down through the cyber attacks of this past weekend. Had to bump up the goal from 350,000 to 500,000, which we'll be getting that by Friday. I would say Thursday or Friday. What these folk are really, what these mayonnaise lice demons are really afraid of is the fact that they have stopped donating to the Father's campaign. We can start there. The father is now being listed as a cuck and a race traitor for saying that Carmelo Anthony, he forgives him. And you know how these demonic demons do? They will bite their own tail to spite their fangs. And that's what's happening with the Father's campaign right now. It has come to a screeching halt over the past 24 hours. The Mother's campaign, however, because y'all, they come from a broken family.
Mm-hmm.
So the Mother's campaign is still percolating a little bit, but what these lice lieutenants are pissed about is the fact that Carmelo Anthony, since they want to make it about money, y'all, because we black folk understand it's about power and money, not truth. The minute that Black America gets it through its head that none of this is about the truth. Court is not about the truth. My pop told me that. Served in the force. Court is not about the truth. Court is about what you can prove. Period. Point blank. I might be off on that, Juan. I expect Juan to correct me on that. But if you think court is about the truth, you don't understand that these demons don't care about the damn truth. They care about pocket watching. They care about money. They care about taking Carmelo Anthony's legal defense down. The tone today, Chef, is that if Carmelo Anthony's family wanted to do the right thing or the white thing, they would donate all their funding immediately when they receive it to the Metcalf family. That's the tone right now, to donate his legal campaign. How dare you Negroes collect all this money and sweep us by $70,000 right now? How dare you? How dare you? Oh, also, by the way, the Metcalf brothers were on the track team as shot putters. However, they were not competing that day. They came there by themselves and with their family. Carmelo Anthony drove his vehicle to the school and got on the bus to come to the event for all the clowns out there that say that he had no business even being at the event. Start there. They don't issue assigned seats at track meets. That's the next thing. I'm going to repeat what I said. They do not issue assigned seats at track meets. Stop that goofy nonsense. Now, for the people who think, oh, well, maybe you shouldn't escalate it. Here you go, Juan. What about this? The young bro, he was 5'7", 130 pounds, 5'8", 130 pounds. People keep asking, why didn't they use fists? He's a pussy. I'm calling some of y'all out, Judge Joe Clown. Why didn't you use fists? The fisticuffs are fisticuffs. Kyle Rittenhouse didn't do that when the skateboard attacked him. He pulled out a rifle. And guess what? Anybody that knows self-defense knows when you're sitting down and somebody stand up over you, you are in a disadvantaged position. The only disadvantage from there is to get on your knees. And the only disadvantage from there is to lay down on the ground so they can kick you in the head. Now let's add the fact that they each had 100 pounds over Carmelo Anthony. I'm going to repeat that. This man is a featherweight, and they stood up over him as heavyweights. And these clowns that keep saying fist to fist, when's the last time you saw a featherweight fighting a heavyweight? They're both boxers. They both boxers, a featherweight fighting a heavyweight. When's the last time you saw that boxing match? They both boxers. They both have hands, because we all know that physical stature is included in whether or not there was an advantage or a disadvantage. I'm gonna land on that for a little bit. I just had to break some things down. We got the eye out here. We've been looking at the legalese, Juan. We've been digging this apart in the state of Texas, by the way. Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting.
Are you going,
Yo.
Reverend Al? Are you on your way down there?
Well, it all depends. Now, Ben Crump said that he's not going, so that means there's no need. And you know what? Not to troll. This is not the space for civil lawyers in this moment. See, a lot of folks don't even know the difference between civil and criminal.
So why? So I'm asking you. Lee Merritt is in the state of Texas. Why you think the family didn't get in touch with Lee Merritt to represent him?
Maybe they didn't think that his tenure was the best or his record.
It wasn't an appropriate ambulance to chase, sir. Okay? So let's be clear about that. Check this out, though. Marquis says, if the 100 pounds scared Carmelo so much, why did he say, try me and find out? Listen, let's be very clear, sir. I don't know what planet some of these folks are on. A threat is a threat. You don't get to show aggression toward me and expect me to play within your rules. How does that make sense? Especially if you already tower over me. Weight and in height.
You know how it makes sense to a coon-ass nigga or to a white supremacist with a death wish to come into this space and say that. Now, 2-on-1 is bad enough. Then you're much larger and it's unprovoked. The only reason we're having this discussion is because the person that defended himself is black.
Bingo, come on.
Had this been a white guy attacked by two black guys and he pulled out a gun or something and shot in self-defense, there would have been millions of dollars on his Cash App. He would have had a presidential visit to the White House and everything else. What has happened here?
Daniel, real quick, Daniel Penny didn't even have to quote unquote defend himself. He assaulted the person he killed. And they put millions of dollars on his book, sir.
The bottom line is this. There is an unspoken, actually, it's a law. I just ordered the book you're talking about, Lone Wolf.
Yes.
Under the old slave codes, blacks couldn't defend themselves from white people. That was a death penalty.
And still can't.
You were not to defend. No matter what a white person did, you weren't to raise your hand to them. So when he did that, see, a law, Texas had the same law that all the southern states had, and northern states that had slavery did too. A custom can become a law can become a custom. It used to be legal that no matter what a white person did, he could be raping your 2-year-old child. He's the master, you're the nigga, just let him do it. If you did anything, you were writing your life off. That used to be the law. Then it became custom through what's that thing called foster care, where you get to rape kids, right? It used to be law, now it's custom. It used to be a law you could not defend yourself from a white person. Now it's a custom. It's a custom now. Do not resist. That's why the black person handcuffed by the policeman still gets killed.
Mm-hmm.
not resisting. And by the way, here's the thing that's fundamentally interesting. There is an international convention and rule and covenant that all American police departments are bound to across the world. There are only certain times when a policeman is supposed to be able to fire a weapon. That gets violated every time a black person gets shot down all over this country. Everybody knows it, but in reality, this is why I was trying to say to Mr. Negro, cowardly, liar, black folks are the problem because other people are not going to change. We've got to change. Let me say something to you as well. There used to be a custom. The custom used to be when white folks got mad, every summer they would go around and terrorize and kill black people from the 1820s all the way up until the 1920s. It's only when blacks began fighting back did they begin to do things to counter. And by what did they do? One of the main things that they did was they outlawed gun ownership by blacks to make it such that you can't keep me from taking your life. And what has not happened for black people as a collective, as we haven't said, motherfuckers will destroy this whole thing if this doesn't change. You know why? Because you could get a brave person like Negro, but most black people are cowards. Most black people will not stand up, will not be counted, won't risk anything. So we've made an agreement to slow genocide or second-class persecution or second-class citizenship. And every now and then we wait around the filthy, greedy, lazy, lying scum black people, waiting for another Martin Luther King or Malcolm X to get gunned down for them to get a few privileges and goodies that they wouldn't risk a fucking thing for. Hope somebody else's dad gets shot on the balcony so they can get a day off of school and they can't fucking read anyway. That is the problem.
Real quick, Brother Short. Mr. Marquise or whoever you are, sir, have you hit the like button or at the bare minimum a share? Are you trolling, sir?
Why do we even have him on here?
Hold on, one second, Brother Dr. Short. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Marquise, whoever you are, sir.
Troll.
If I came up to you and speak to you in a reasonable voice, I am not threatening you just because I'm white. That's great. Listen, a lot of white folks don't have the same mannerisms as black folks. I found that a great deal of white folks don't believe in what we call personal space. They'll get right up on you. So if you don't look at that as being threatening to a black American, then, I mean, the conversation isn't really built for you, sir. But nonetheless, you're trolling. Excellent. You're doing an excellent job at trolling.
Well, Steph C, watch this, though. Here's the good thing about what he's doing. I mind trolls that divert what the focus is in the conversation is, but what he doesn't really, I don't think he has the intelligence to be a troll, but he's just regurgitating talking points that he's hearing on social media from that side of defense, right? And this is good because I promise you it's only going to escalate. But the cool part is it's the same damn statements. So let's break down what he said real quick on what he said right there. Number one, this is a court of law. What you just did was called hearsay, I believe. Either way, you can't prove it. We can't prove it. But I tell you one thing that I can prove, what the brother said, and I quote, this is going to ABC News as of 3 days ago. His twin brother, Hunter Metcalf, was also at the meet and spoke to officers at the scene. He said after his brother told Anthony he had to leave the tent because he didn't go to memorial, the two, that doesn't sound like it's calm either. The two went back and forth while sitting down. Then Austin stood up. So he was sitting down. What did I tell you about what happens when somebody stand up over you? I will repeat this. If you are sitting down and someone is attacking you standing up, you are at a disadvantage. The only other disadvantage point could be as if you're on your knees or if you lay down on the ground so they can kick you in the head. It says they went back and forth. Austin stood up in the rain, pushed the male to get him out of the tent, according to the arrest report, which is not evidence. We didn't get to that part. I quote, I tried to whip around.
They zapped that brother Coke. Coke, are you out of the gulag, sir?
Hear y'all.
Coke.
I can hear y'all. You can't hear me?
There you go. Free Coke. You back, Coke. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So this is coming from the brother. Again, don't be mad at what we're saying. Approach what the father and the brother are saying. Because they're going to mess around and spill so many beans, they're going to get this man a defense. It says, quote, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab, end quote, Hunter Metcalf told Dallas ABC affiliate, quote, it was really senseless. I don't know why a person would do that to someone just over a little argument. So let's be clear here. They walked over from another tent. If anything, those brothers weren't supposed to be there because at least Anthony was actually competing that day. By the way, too, they were not supposed to compete. I've already gone through all of the dockets and rosters for that track meet that day, and the brothers didn't even shot put, which is what they do on the track team. So they weren't even performing that day. They walked from one tent to another.
Free Coke. Free Coke. Coke.
And because
this
thing janky as hell. They sat down next to Mr. Anthony. They sat down next to him. And then they got up. And guess what the first thing he did was, Chef? He grabbed that man's bag. See, this is when black folk need to understand you can be a defendant but still be on the offense. Offensive strategies often work when you're playing defense as well. That's not your main goal, but offensive strategies, like what my pop said, have that statement he gave in the back of the police car as a motion to suppress on the simple fact they didn't even read him as Miranda rights. Doesn't mean that the prosecution won't use it or he'll get it. Suppress what the hell I just said in the back of that police car. Second offensive strategy he can take. You just tried to steal my bag while social media is saying I'm going around in tents stealing people's bags, and that's why they came over. Nobody's missing that. The court could sit there and say, well, you touched his bag first. And he said, keep on going and see what's going to happen. So, Brother Lone Wolf, if you're sitting down on the bleachers, somebody come and sit down next to you, tell you to move, then they stand up over you. I'm assuming he stood up next because they claim they tried to push him out of the tent, then grabbed his bag. Then he got his bag and said, keep touching me and see what's going to happen next. Why do they keep leaving these parts out?
Because it's a self-defense case and they don't have a case against the guy. But what you're doing is establishing a dangerous precedent that a black person can use lethal force to protect their life from a white person. This isn't the American way.
It's not.
That's what's got people upset. It's that, oh my God, a black person can defend themselves from a white person. It is the custom that they're fighting for. We have the right to kill. They do not have the right to defend themselves from being killed. And whenever these cases come up, there's always outrage in the white community, no matter how clear that someone's in somebody's home and they shoot. If they shoot a black person, the police don't care. But if they shoot a white person, it's self-defense. That's because white people know, and since they invaded this country, they've enslaved. You need to keep people oppressed and suppressed. If you ever create a thing where a person has the right to defend themselves, basically it takes away the greatest white right of all, to kill. That's how this whole operation works, as if they took it. How the West was won, you took it. Everything has been through force and violence. There is a taboo. The taboo is the oppressed people can't be violent. Only the oppressors. It's sort of like being in a home with an abusive parent. The father comes home and beats everybody. But the day that that boy gets about 18 or 19, got a little bit of muscle and bass in his voice, and dad decides to kick his ass, and the kid grabs his arm before he can get punched, and the father loses it, it's a power relationship. White folks are control freaks. They're power freaks. And the problem is this kid did not submit to white power. That is the problem. Black people must submit at all times. Any manhood, any testosterone, any resistance is seen as an attack on all white people, even if you're just protecting your black body from bad white people. There's no such thing. Black people can't be good. Black people can't be victims, especially not black men. And you can see the same thing. Most of you, it's almost impossible if you do research to find a case of a white man being convicted of raping a black woman. White men can't rape black women. It goes back to slavery. But I can assure you, a black man can rape a white woman. Look at her from across the street. A black man can rape a white woman he's never met. The laws are written and the customs are there. And so what we're dealing with is the subhumanity of black people that's encoded and hardwired and baked into the system. And people pretend that it's not there. In particular, there's the Ku Klux Klan Act of the 1870s that should actually cover, frankly, if these white boys in any way were connected, a hate group, notice none of this has come out. What are they running around with AR-15s for? And if those boys, racist mom with the nasty stuff she's saying, those places are hotbeds for white racial terrorist groups. Nobody wants to touch that. And this is the reason I think the father came out and said no to all of this, because if you do any kind of investigation, I mean, where there's smoke, there's a liar. Where there's smoke, there's a fire. Something's going to come out and show how crazy Frisco is. It's going to mess with the property values and everything. They would rather have this black guy killed in prison or something to save their reputation, real estate values, and more importantly, the white privilege and custom of doing whatever they want to people. I will point everyone to a city in Texas called Palestine, where something similar happened in Palestine, Texas, where a black man beat a white man out for a public job, and white folks went around massacring black people for weeks, hunting black people down over a job. These things happened all over Texas. There's a history of wanton white murder and abuse of black people that followed the Civil War. It's really rarely discussed in the history books. It's so many dead people. There's no good number. A lowball number is 25,000 black murders following the Civil War. That's a lot of dead people, and that's not even an accurate number. So there's been a history of murdering and killing, and if people try to defend themselves, we have a Supreme Court case called the Colfax case, where the black folks tried to arm themselves to protect themselves from white armies that went around terrorizing black people, and of course the blacks got massacred. All of these gun laws and all this stuff is about you do not have the right to protect your black life if white people say so. And at some point, we black people are going to have to break with this. We're going to have to, I'm not talking about hurting nobody, but I'm talking about don't fuck with me and I won't fuck with you. And until we say, hey, look, you respect me, I respect you. If you violate me, you get what's coming to you. This is supposedly how America stands. That's how Texas and Florida is until it comes to you know who.
Well, Dr. Short, there is smoke already, and that smoke is coming from a crack pipe out in Frisco, Texas. This is no troll, because the prosecutor for Collin County is the only prosecutor in that region of Texas who was selected to be the premier leader of the opioid task force out there in Frisco. See, these are the things that they don't want a spotlight shine on them. And lastly, I'll land on this. But that's another point that people give. Well, if he was the aggressor, what was he going to do? Was he Superman? I'll tell you what could have been done. I could be sitting down, someone stands up over me and punches me right in the damn face. I could bust my head on a damn bleacher. You could spray me with a can of mace. I could die from asphyxiation from the mace. Or I could just be in a subway car, flailing my arms, talking wildly, and someone comes up behind me and puts me in a chokehold with their strong arms, because that's not armed, with their strong arms, and choke me out till I'm dead. And he's only 50 pounds heavier than me, not 100 pounds heavier than me. So again, if I'm sitting down and two big burly hay slanging boys stand up over me, you got one warning. He gave them two. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Your hands can kill you. One uppercut can kill you. One punch can kill you.
And you're talking about two people. So two people that are bigger coming up on this person, which means he was cornered, right? And what did he do? If he were really a killer, I would have twisted the knife. He stabbed and ran, meaning he didn't mean to take a life. He meant to defend himself, to escape.
Dr. Short.
Yes, sir.
And not only did he run to get escape, he asked the cop, was he okay?
He inquired about his well-being.
He inquired about the dude's well-being. He didn't even know the boy was dead.
Which they say in self-defense, inquiring about the person that was hurt is the best thing you could do.
You guys in the chat, we're giving you guys historical references and theories that we have to take emotion out of this shit, because it's not about emotion. It's not about emotion. Let the process be the process before you make a concrete decision talking about he had a knife there, so he should be it could have been a fucking pocket knife for all we know. And he just happened to puncture in the wrong organ. And he was out of it. We don't know enough to say intent. That's not our job. Our job really is to give an opinion based off what we know. And right now, we don't know enough to be saying, oh, he's guilty of murder.
But you know what? Under lynch law, which was basically the law under which blacks were governed until 1965. It's only been 60 years that the lynch law has sort of been attenuated by the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And reinforced by the Voting Rights Act, where you could vote for some people, maybe. So we've only had 60 years where black people weren't under lynch law. I mean, de facto lynch law. You're white, I said so, you die. Okay, and I'm exactly 60. So it's only been in recent times that you weren't subject to whatever white people as a collective decided to do all over the country. And we have hundreds of these cases. People, whatever they wanted to do to people was done. And that's just it. A lot of people want to live like that. And if truth be told, outside of the major cities in this country, some things are largely unchanged since the 1940s. In this case of Frisco, which is near a big city, this is sort of the kind of place where stuff is more or less the same as it's always been. And all you need is a small incident, black versus white, for people to show how much people are living back in Gone with the Wind instead of Wakanda.
The thing that's gotten under the troll skin the most out here in this court of digital public opinion is one statement, Juan. George Zimmerman could have drove off.
Well, yes, I'll say that. Again, I'm gonna say this again, and it needs to be said. Reality does not make concessions for good intentions. Because again, most people are not dealing with reality. Everybody knows I carry everywhere I go, in every state. and I understand conflict resolution and anger management. Okay. From approach, my first goal is to de-escalate. I'm going to retreat. I'm going to retreat first because I already got the upper hand on you. But if you decide to come at me, I'm going to defend myself until I can't defend myself. Okay? There is no law saying that Anthony couldn't have a knife because most people trying to act like he shouldn't have had a knife. There's no law saying he couldn't have had a knife. I don't know the inches that each law says that you must have within a certain inch of your knife, but he had a knife. Why?
Let me put something else on the table that needs to be said, and that is, it's called in parentis locus. Where the fuck were the coaches and the white adults who are legally responsible to make certain things are safe? They didn't see these giant corn-fed white guys coming on this kid who's sitting down quietly minding his business.
Come on.
And in reality, if we get a real vicious legal team, they should sue the school district and everybody under that tent. Because if that kid were giving warnings, it meant he didn't want a problem.
Oh, you could believe
even when he was presented with the problem, he was looking for a way out.
You could believe the Metcalf family's going to sue the school district.
Had anybody white been there, they could have been the biggest racists. They could have watched the whole thing, but done it the old-fashioned way and said, all you boys, as if the boy sitting down with them standing over was equally responsible for the confusion. You boys need to sit down and shut up. Okay? And that could have been handled. I'm not going to have this foolishness in my tent. You guys are going to separate yourselves. And he could blame the black kid for being part of the trouble, which would have been unfair, but it could have been diffused. Those people saw it, and they wanted to see that black kid get the shit kicked out of him. And supposedly there was a black person there. They didn't want any trouble, so they were just being quiet. This could have been diffused by people whose job is to have order and decency. It's legally binding. I've been a school teacher. I've been an Upward Bound. I was responsible for what people did. Even if they did something stupid, it was my fault. Even if I tried to stop them and I failed, it would be my fault. No one has done that. You know why? Because the more you pursue this, the more systemically something is wrong with that entire white community, that nobody did what was right in relationship to this.
See, Juan, when you said a specific word, Juan, you said the word retreat.
Yeah.
Marquez put in the chat that if it was self-defense, he would have retreated. See, this is the issue that people have when they don't look at situations from that jurisdiction's lenses. I think I said that right, Juan. So, for instance, if you're New Jersey Castle Doctrine laws,
Castle Doctrine, New Jersey laws against Texas, you're going to be sadly mistaken. When you're dealing with stand your ground laws, that's one of the main things that you don't have to abide by is the right to retreat or the reason to retreat. New Jersey, you have to retreat even inside your home.
You have
that's
no
the weird thing.
self-defense.
So that's why a lot of people are approaching it from what they know or the lack thereof of the state that they're in and don't realize things. In Texas, you touch somebody. Yes, there has to be some force. People are looking at it as unequal force, like gun versus knife, but they don't understand 300-pound muscle-bound person versus 150-pound woman. She can escalate the situation with a can of mace. She can escalate the situation with a knife, just simply on the size differential right there. So a lot of people are making these statements, and the best part is these statements are common. They keep repeating the same statements over and over again. But what is very telling of is these people have not read the police report. They don't know that the police report is not evidence.
They don't care.
A lot of people have read the police report and think it's evidence, and it's not. A lot of people don't understand the difference between the Castle Doctrine and stand your ground laws
They don't care.
your ground laws in the state of Texas versus the state of Florida.
They don't care. This is not about what is. This is about we want a nigger human sacrifice because we're mad. That and even when they get him, they're gonna want the fam. That was the old custom. You lynch somebody and the family had to leave town for white people's anger to subside. And even afterwards, other black people may have to leave too because white people are mad. They did this in Springfield, Missouri. There were some black folks that were doing too well. The whites got mad and they burnt 3 black men to death downtown. And on Easter Sunday, they had the children parade through the ashes of the burnt up black men. And all the black people knew this was time to leave town because white people are mad and they said so. That's what America has been in large swathes of this country. And what we're facing is a point where when are we going to stop running from this and deal with it? And like we've had the Deacons for Defense, typically what has calmed this stuff down has been black folks defending themselves from that element of white people who think that having impunity in terms of dealing with other people is a human right and something that they're entitled to. As I was saying earlier, it used to be the custom that white folks would go through towns and terrorize black people. This is into the 60s. Just drive around and scare and show black people white. They're called night riders, to show black people the power of whites. I got nothing to do. Let me drive around and shoot into black homes to show black folks the power of white people. And everybody knows it goes on enough. And what stopped it is when people started getting shot and stopped from doing it. People are not going to give up their right to kill, steal, and destroy because it's wrong or because people don't like it. There has to be a deterrent force. And the problem that they have with Carmelo is that he used deterrent force. And they're terrified that that sets an example, not just because it happened, but he's young. What are the others, the black kids, going to be like? Will they defend themselves? Will they do this? Or will they suck it up like people my age, where a white kid could crack my head open when I was 5, and I had to go to school and get along with the person that put a concussion on my head because I was a nigger? Not everybody's going to do, because my parents were integrationist weaklings. Not everybody's going to do that. And that means somebody loses. And this represents a loss of power. A big part of the wage, the psychological wage of well-being for white folks, is that they can look down on other people, in particular black Americans. And this stabbing is saying, hey, look, we're going to lose the little bit of what we have. It's the same way they're reacting to the illegals that have been coming here for forever. And they had to start killing some white women before people say, hey, we thought they were going to just replace niggas. We didn't think they're going to kill our girls too. They're facing a downsizing of what their status has been and things that we don't think about. We think about it's a school fight. But for them that read everything through privilege, through I'm better than you because of what I look like, it looks like their world's ending. The same way Obama getting elected caused a large number of people to join white supremacist groups, even though Obama never did anything for black people. In their mind, just seeing a black person in the White House meant that white people were being downsized.
Well, I'll say this.
It's a sickness in these people. And unfortunately, if you don't come to God, it may come to blows.
Well, I'll say this, Brother Dr. Short, and salute to you, Brother Dr. Short. That's a fact. Let me say this to Marquise, or whatever your name is.
I wouldn't entertain him.
No, I like what he's saying because he's a good troll.
Did he send donations?
Well, actually, he's a low-level troll. He's not that good of a troll. I've had better trolls. Where's Shiesty Bomb at? I ain't see Shiesty Bomb in a minute. But nonetheless, Marquise, stand your ground also requires you to fear for your life.
Bullshit.
hold on. Was Carmelo Anthony really fearing for his life because he got shoved? Going with y'all's narrative that Austin was the aggressor. Well, let me say this. I'm going to simplify it. When animals fear for their life, they feel cornered. Outside of a possum playing dead, what does an animal who is cornered do? Fearing for their life. What do? They retreat or they lunge out back at you with everything they got.
They get out that corner.
They get it the fuck up out that corner. So you're a low-level troll, just to be clear. I want you to know how we see you. Actually, they don't even. Some of the panel don't even give you troll status. I'm giving you grace. Okay. You are just. You're one of those people who would never see any wrong in in the white boy doing what he does to get the outcome that he got. See, ultimately, white supremacy white degeneracy likes to check the temperature to see if Black America still has some of that fuck around and find out energy in us. But when you pulled up on the young bull with two of your brawly, corn-fed, hay chucking white boys, you found out that we still got some of that in us. Everybody ain't chucking for massa.
Hey, Chef C, may I ask the panel a question? How many of you guys think that this guy Marquise is into kiddie porn?
I do. Again, why this is good, Dr. Short, is notice, see, again, this isn't about truth. This is about what can be proven. And see, these folk are going to find out real fast that their whole mind screw psyop of having a dual reality of common law versus how we pretend to be around y'all, it's crumbling right in front of their face. So
it's crumbling that you could be a minor attracted person telling that too. The shit's changing. Your world's changing, dude. I mean, I would get my computer white, get some bleach bit like Hillary Clinton. Clean that computer up, man.
well, see, Dr. Short, this is what has been proven with the evidence. The living brother has admitted that his brother was the aggressor. The father has admitted that his son was the aggressor. The mother has admitted on national television, because remember they said little altercation. Little says who's defining little? Either way, the family, the entire family, from the rooter to the tutor, every single one of them has given a statement that states that their son was the aggressor. Notice
because
how
they know they know the kids they raise, sir.
That's why they didn't shed any tears, Chef.
Come on, man. Right? Like we got to simplify. We got to stop playing that.
And you know what? I will just say to you what I said on Twitter. I think that we dodged a potential school mass shooting. And therefore, we've sort of, one less school mass shooter to lose sleep over.
Well, and this is, listen, let it be a lesson. I mean, listen, there's still a lot of Black folks out here who just ain't about that tap dancing. And you know what this message sends? And that's why I love it. And that's why they fear it so much. They said, hold on. We haven't indoctrinated the young generation enough. So we failed the previous generations, because if this young Black boy thinks that it's okay to stand up against some of our promising corn-fed, hay-chucking cave boys, okay, we have failed in our propaganda and our programming. It is not working.
Even with the white girlfriend.
Oh no, Chef! See, the coon train is chiming in on this too. No, Juan, no Q. They stated that why don't you just get your ass kicked like a good little nigga and go home? Why can't you just get your ass kicked? Just take a couple of black eyes. Even Jesus turned the other cheek. And I say, look, Jesus only had 2 sets of cheeks. After the first pair, you kissing his ass. So I don't understand what these folks. The coon train is on that type of time of, okay, well, it looks like he was the aggressor. Why couldn't you just get your ass kicked? You could just take it like a man.
Yeah,
Shout
why
out to
couldn't you
Judge
just get
Joe.
cracked upside your head? Go ahead, yeah.
Shout out to Judge Joe Clown for calling Carmelo Anthony a punk. For not
He went that
taking.
far? What
He
a
went
loser.
that far 2 days ago. Said Carmelo Anthony was a punk in Twitter
Okay.
Spaces.
Hold it. Now look, we're gonna say this, and that's all I'm gonna say to it on the Judge thing. We need to remember a couple of things, and I'm not going to attack Judge. I'm simply going to say that Judge is a Prince Hall Mason and Judge is Boulay. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. Agreed, sir. Agreed.
That's what we gotta say.
That makes that simplifies everything, sir. Okay. But you know what? Listen, I think there's a couple things. There's one other thing that eludes a lot of people when it comes to Mr. Carmelo Anthony, and salute to the 270 plus that's still in here with us. Clearly, I find this conversation pretty intriguing for almost 4 freaking hours. But nonetheless, I want to bring something up to you, ladies and gentlemen. You know, we hear about how quote unquote aggressive Mr. Carmelo is, but we don't hear about his heroship. Okay. And just to be very clear, almost about a week prior, 2 weeks or so prior, this young man saved a child from drowning in the pool. We're talking about the same Carmelo Anthony who said, touch me and I'll fuck you up. Leave me alone, go ahead about your business, and it won't be no problems. Prior to that, he's saving children who are drowning here. A young lady came out and said, you know what? I'm putting respect on this young man. I don't care what y'all said. He saved my child from drowning in a pool. He saved my kid. Okay? So it's just interesting when I start thinking about things in a full circle kind of a parameter and view. When I think about how our soldiers back in the day went off to the war, right? Thinking that they're going to, do something to protect this country, and they come back and they're met with probably some deviants and degenerates that may be the ancestors of a Mad Cat. Right? Treated with the same aggression while they went off to protect this country, the United States. And in this case, we got our brother here who saved a young boy from drowning. And now in a sheer just movement of protecting himself from 2, not 1, but 2 aggressors. Let's be clear. Averaging 100 pounds, you say, Brother Coke, each over the young man?
230 pounds ish. Carmelo Anthony was around $150 soaking wet.
Buck and some change, 5'7", 5'9", right?
Yes, they were. But let's put it this way: they were the shot putters on the track team, and he's the 100-meter sprinter.
Right. Bingo. So we're gonna stop playing games for the people that are throwing on capes. For a vigilante that got a wake up call. That's a vigilante, Metcalf. Okay. Yeah. If we can understand that the people who are going around vandalizing Teslas are nutbags, then what makes the Metcalf Austin any different? Okay? So let me read this here a little bit. Yeah, it's real. People already trying to call cap on this lady who came out. Appears to be a white woman, too, who has a little black child. Right?
Oh, no, that's really bad. She's not credible. She's biased.
Exactly.
Biased. She's a nigger lover.
No, she's had black. She's had black sex. That's a that
Right.
they can't be
She's the
trusted.
bottom of the she's the bottom of the barrel of
Yeah,
white.
she's had. I mean, she's been ruined by that black man that took advantage of her.
Hey, well, Dr. Short, these how demonic these folk are. On Facebook, where that first popped off a few days ago, the first response wasn't, "Oh wow, he saved someone's life." The first response was, "Well, she burned the coal. What are we doing paying her toll?" They look at these women with these melanated children as, they call them coal burners. They are the throwaways of the dominant society. No matter what that woman will say or ever do, she will never be respected. As a matter of fact, they would have probably loved to see her child dead. That's how demonic these folk are.
Well, check this. This lady says, forever standing with Carmelo because my son could have been dead. Deleted. I'll say deleted for, well, this shit gonna get snatched anyway, whatever. And he saved him out that pool. He really is my hero. Really.
But Jeff, it goes back to what I said. Good intentions. Well, I'm gonna flip it now. Good intentions mean nothing in the face of somebody else's reality. We're talking about a system of white men dominant culture who see black folks a certain way. Right. His good intentions mean nothing in the face of somebody else's reality.
Agreed, sir. Agreed.
You know, I'm just giving it a buck.
Well, listen, I want to paint an even more simpler picture if I can for folks, for those who are smart enough and who's got enough range to receive this information presented. Let's go ahead and do this here. How about this one? What about this? Let's make that math a little bit. Can we do that?
Make it bigger.
Let's give Rittenhouse. Let's give Rittenhouse in here. Okay, now comparisons, ladies and gentlemen. Rittenhouse on your left, Anthony on your right. Guilt by public opinion. Rittenhouse in the town he wasn't a resident of, protesting. Anthony on the other side, at a track meet he was supposed to be at. Rittenhouse was 17 years carrying a gun federally outlawed until age 18. Brother Carmelo, age 17, carrying a knife, and it is my understanding that knife that he had was actually not against the law for him to use to carry, but may have been against the law to bring in the school. So you got the give or take there. Let's make it make a little more sense here. Was attacked after warning attackers he would shoot. So let me read that again. Some folks are a little slow. Was attacked after warning attackers he would shoot. So they got popped a couple times on the coming up on him. Okay? Let's move over to Anthony. Was attacked after warning attackers he would defend himself. In this incident here, ladies and gentlemen, deleted 2 people, injured 1. RIP to those white boys that Kyle Rittenhouse deleted. How's that sound for you goofies in the chat? The particular apologists in the chat. Deleted 2 white boys. RIP to them. At the Black Lives Matter protest. Kyle Rittenhouse took out his own white on white crime. Okay? On the other side, defending himself against 2 folks, deleted 1, self-defense. Monies raised by Kyle. $586,940. Okay? From conservatives. On the other side, conservatives want legal defense funds shut down, which they attempted at least what we say, Coke, that was 2 to 3 times they attempted to bring this thing down, sir? Brother Coke, you there? I think they tried to shut that down 2 or 3 times.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Well, what do you mean try to shut it down as far as the warnings he gave?
No, they tried to shut down the fundraising efforts for brother Carmelo 2-3 times, right? Didn't they shut down
Very
those?
yes, they did. Now but I'll add one addendum to it. Keep in mind, this is so deep. Keep in mind, the platform that he's using now is the same platform that GoFundMe kicked off the January Sixers, and they had to go over to Give, Send, Go. Daniel Penny got shut down for his legal defense on GoFundMe, and he had to go over to Give, Send, Go to get that $3.3 million. Kyle Rittenhouse got shut down on GoFundMe, and he three had to go over to Give, Send, Go to get his legal defense campaign popping off for that $1.6 million. Why is it a problem when Carmelo Anthony has his campaign set up and the CEOs of the company were in Twitter Spaces just a couple of days ago? They stood in the paint. They said, if we did it for the J6ers, if we did it for Kyle Rittenhouse, if we did it for Daniel Penny, we're going to do it for Carmelo Anthony. And they went livid. Take this campaign down. We currently have about 6 or 7 mayonnaise Karens, 3 of them from Florida, that are pro bono. Every single day, I see you, lady lawyer, out there. I see you, Sarah Chips, out there attempting to take this man's campaign down. It's attempted to being taken down as we speak, Chef C, right now. Pro bono, free.
Yeah. Well, this is why I say, ladies and gentlemen, salute to everybody that's in the building with us. Yeah, I'm about to slide too now, though, brother. Yeah, just keep it a buck. We get ready to shut it down, though. 280 plus in here. Packed the hell out. Clearly enjoyed the conversation, but them damn likes ain't reflecting it. Sat up in here. Them shares, them likes, and them contributions ain't reflecting that. Where my sister Star at? Salute to my sister Star. Hold on, let me get my sis back up here. My brother Wolf and brother Dr. Short for sponsoring the program, bringing it in. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna get ready to shut this thing down. Brother Dr. Short, he's probably walked away real quick, but Coke, brother, give us your last thoughts on this thing, man. We're going to get ready to shut this thing down, sir.
Listen, man, you approach me in my life and I'm actually minding my business. I'll just leave it at this. I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6.
Keep it nice and simple for a Coke thing. Keep it nice and simple, man. Let me get Brother Q, because I know he got to swerve. Brother Q, man, your final thoughts on this? Anything you got shaking coming down the pipeline as well, sir?
My final thoughts is, and it hasn't been talked enough is, schools have bullying rules. I don't know. I've never heard the bullying aspect brought into it, and just. All I can say is, going forward, it's going to be a lot more of this situation revealed. Don't be surprised with either way it go. I mean, we've seen worse get worse, and we've seen something small get bigger. So with that, I got an interesting show Tuesday. I'm gonna have someone on the show that is real special to me. So just tune in Tuesday with Sister Azima. We're gonna have a guest, and we look forward to a really interesting show.
Yes, indeed. Salute to our brother Q from Let's Talk 2, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. Definitely. Salute to brother Q. Brother Juan J. Johnson, sir. I see our brother Dr. Short. You there, man?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Matter of fact, give your final thoughts, sir, and let them know what you got coming down the pipeline, sir.
Well,
and I like the pullo. Sir.
Yes. Well, I'm here recovering, but anyway, I want to let everyone know that the Angry Black Men's Book Club is back in business. I may do a reading tonight, but I'm definitely doing one tomorrow. And we're going to go back to doing grassroots educating and enlightening people as well. I want to point everyone to the Angry Black Men's Book Club. We did a wonderful sermon. I hope you heard it, Chef C. And what all the listeners, in particular, coon listeners and white supremacist listeners, whether you're an honorary white or you're one of these recent immigrants trying to earn your bones hating black people, that what goes around comes around, says the word of God. And so if you have done evil, evil will come to you. And no amount of unjust judges and sellouts to other people to protect you. This country's been running from a ballot forward on judgment for how we've been mistreated. And it can't be ducked. It's a bill that must be paid just as sure as death and taxes. I don't want anybody to get hurt, but I would tell you to expect more if people don't learn that you keep your paws or whatever you've got to yourself. If you think that we're living in an age where everybody's so wild that everyone will be treated like they're inhuman, you're insane. And I want to say something to the white listeners. A lot of their aggression and behavior is based on the imagined strength that they have. Let me say to you, 7 out of 10 white people in this country are above the age of 50. You're an old, aging, if not dying population. About 15% of your folks are between the ages of 20 and 49, and the other 15% are 19 to 1. You really don't have the hordes of people that are willing to come and replenish your numbers, and you don't have the hordes to attack and be aggressive towards people. We're either going to go into an era of cooperation and coexistence that's peaceable, or you're going to find increasingly an angry, darker, blacker, browner, more yellow world in which people are tired of that boot you've had stuck up their ass for the last 400 years. And I must remind everyone, not only did the Holocaust end 80 years ago, but also the nuclear bomb is over 80 years old. The days in which lethality, weaponry, even demography favored kind of behavior that occurred from the 1400s onwards, it's ending. We're in a new epoch. We can love each other, respect, at least exist, or we can find that, hey, I can hate and kill too. Not that that's my sentiment, but what if it is? What if it is that people that you brought in, some 80 million plus people in America who don't identify as white, identify as others, who come from a blood for blood culture, when you think that you could just treat people any old kind of way, that may have worked for generations of servile black people. It may not work for a younger generation that's been propagandized by MTV, and you see all these integrated couples and all on television, black men and white, everybody's happy together. A lot of people really think that times have changed and they're free and everybody's equal. If people found out that they're not equal and that they've got to live like those black and white eyes in the prize videos from the 50s and 60s, a lot of people are going to go postal. And this country is not only fighting internally, they're fighting all over the world, picking fights with people everywhere. What happens if everybody got a fuck it then attitude? The sort of attitude that the Austin boys had, where I won't respect anyone. I'm not my brother's keeper. Do you really think that it's so hard for someone to say, if you do something to me, I do something to you? Maybe I don't want to turn the other cheek, or I didn't have any cheeks to turn. Think about that. And I want to say, all empires fall. There's a law of God that says, as a man sows, so shall he reap. There's a law of gravity. What goes up comes down. White supremacy has been flying high for a long time. It looks like it's about to crash like that Siemens helicopter in the Hudson River. I'm out.
No doubt, brother Dr. Short. Salute to our brother Dr. Randy Short for checking in with us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That's a whole fact right there. Salute to the brother. Listen, man. Brother Wolf, brother Juan J. Johnson. We had some good brothers on here tonight, man. So one more salute to our brother Coach Sharpton dropped. Brother Juan J. Johnson, sir. Solid broadcast, man. I can't even hold you. Still 280 plus in here. And what are your last words on this particular broadcast, your final thoughts, and anything we can expect coming down the pipeline in the future, sir?
So I'll say this. I enjoyed the conversation. It was a well-needed conversation. All the views. It was actually not just a current conversation, but it was a historical conversation. I don't think that if you listen to any other podcast or live stream and they talked about this situation or this event, that we didn't just talk about Carmelo Anthony and the Holder child. We have also a historical perspective too, with the slavery and the instinctiveness of whites and blacks and the laws. So with that said, as Dr. Short said so eloquently, there is an expiration date on everything. Nothing is infinite. It's outside of the spirit. So I'll say this, family, I need you to protect yourselves. We're in some very unpredictable times.
Right.
And and I need you to consider a shotgun.
Right.
A rifle, a revolver, and a semi-automatic handgun. Because again, you have to protect yourselves against people who don't mean you no harm, don't mean you no good. What's coming up for me, I will be making more content of my own shortly. But again, I will, again, like I said, I'm going to withhold my opinion per se until I get the charging document from the DA. But the discussion still here tonight was rich. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in and sharing. You could be somewhere else, but you're here. Salute you, but stop being so stingy with your pockets. Release the money. And I mean that. Release it. Don't be so stingy. With that said, salute you, Chef, Brother Q, Brother Negro, Brother Coke Sharpton. A salute to Dr. Short and all those who was here that added to the conversation. Because I know for sure people are not having the conversation like we had tonight. It wasn't just about Carmelo. It was much more deeper. And we all respected each other's perspectives. So I land my plane with that. Salute the panels, Sister Star for their contributions.
Yes.
And all those who contributed. And just have a blessed day.
Most definitely. And one more thing, ladies and gentlemen, before the wolf goes.
Stack you hard, fool.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Juan J. Johnson, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you go to his website, lwftraining.com, for all your firearms needs, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you go and check him out, all right? Also, if you'd like to check it, it's going to be in the chat as well if you want to follow up with our brother Juan J. Johnson. There we have it, man. I got to tell you, good broadcast today. A semi-marathon, but it was solid, man. Semi-marathon. Ladies and gentlemen, I gotta tell you, in these particular scenarios, we want to try to stay as objective as we possibly can. Sometimes our emotions get the better of us, family. We can't really think straight. We want it to be a justified experience. Yes, the young man has been pulled up on, and he's definitely been taking care of himself. He was defending himself. Nobody should be going through any daily bullying from anybody, especially unwanted in particular. But we live in a system of white degeneracy. And at the bare minimum, it is your duty to protect yourself at all times. So, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see anything wrong as of right now until further video is provided. If someone pulls up on you, you have your God-given right to protect yourself. Anything less would be fatal and at the bare minimum uncivilized, hypothetically. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everybody for joining us here today. I also want to send a major shout out to those who contributed to the platform. My brother Dr. Short, my brother Lone Wolf, and my sister Star for sponsoring today's broadcast. My brother Kev and my sister Jane coming through and supporting the kitchen today as well, helping us keep the lights on this whole time. I appreciate your sis and the fam. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to also be on the lookout. Okay? Go over to my other platform, The Cook Up, with Chef C, right? For your cooking needs, ladies and gentlemen. We are almost at our goal in order to cook live. So I want to see everybody going over there. Go ahead and subscribe. And even if you dislike your boy over there, we won't have any blackety black going on so much, all right? But we will be keeping it locked on the food. It's about food on that platform. I am a Michelin-trained chef, award-winning chef, to be very clear. And I like to share my skills with everybody. So you'll be able to cook with me live. Go over there, subscribe right now. The Cook Up with Chef C. We need about 10 more subs in order to cook live. I'll be showing you how I get busy. I'm going to put the ingredient list in the post area and comment area of that other channel there. So you can get your ingredients and we cook together. All right? That's definitely what you can expect to come down the pipeline. This was Pat Talk Conversation today, again brought to you by Bloodline Films in collaboration with LWF Training for season 2 of On Their Next Podcast. I want to thank everybody for joining me here today, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, in a system of white degeneracy, you stand for nothing, you fall for anything. My name is Chef C, and I'm out.